T minus 1 minute. T minus 50 seconds. T minus 40 seconds. T minus 30 seconds. T minus 20 seconds. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
What's up, everybody? Welcome on this Tuesday night. You got me, OSB, my co-pilot, little mama back there. We are here just to chop it up because, as the title says, tell 'em mama, we're back in Wonderland. We are back in Wonderland, and we are here for a sobriety birthday. All in one. So let's talk about whatever, whoever, however. There's always something to get into. So let's do it. I want to start off by rehashing this Foodie Beauty and Marty nonsense. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open something up here, and I'm going to, I'll say I'm going to share the screen. I'm having problems, y'all. It's been okay. God's honest truth. I have been like MIA for a couple of days. I worked Sunday. And yesterday and today, I have not been feeling real hot. I still don't feel great, but I'm on the mend. I'm better than I was. I was having like these really weird, whacked out headaches, and, no idea where they were coming from or what the cause was, but, I'm just kind of rolling with it. You feel me? So, yeah, I'm not 100%, and I'm doing what I can to push through because, your girl here's got a life to live and stuff to do, stuff that I want to do, and I can't do it if I'm laying on the bed or laying on the couch. So here we are. Well, I have, who was that had that post? Eerie Pepperoni, I believe, had them. Community. Big shout out to Eerie Pepperoni. I totally dig her. She has got like this super sassy attitude, and I absolutely love it. Okay, so share screen. Screen 2. Allow. Okay, if we'll see here, this is just one of the posts that Foodie made for today, talking about how her parents are not responsible for her actions at her current age. And at least they don't have a daughter who doxes people and swats and threatens innocent people for laws. First off, Foodie apparently is so mentally ill that she has this convenient ability to completely wipe clean her mental slate, that everything that she is undergoing right now is stuff that she's done to other people. She actually went in with this whole, you're incriminating yourself live, keep doing that, I hope it comes back around to bite you. And I'm not going to tell you no lie. I posted it on Twitter, that exact quote. I said, and here she is saying that to Marty, who ran this same game on Cyrax for years. And not only didn't have anything happen to him over it, but actually the person that he was going after ended up bearing more repercussions than he did. So I know it's got to really chap her behind that he is getting one over on her, and she can say that that it doesn't bother her, that it doesn't affect her, but we already know that it does. That's just, she's catching it secondhand at this point. She is having her parents call her. She's probably having her sister call her, her aunt call her. She's probably got all these people that she has opened up to this situation, coming at her, telling her that she needs to back down. She needs to apologize. She needs to get her head screwed on straight, that she needs to do something here because her online activities are what's prompting all of this. But Chantal being Chantal, she absolutely will not engage with that because God forbid she have to actually own her decision making. But as to her parents not being responsible for her actions, to an extent they are, because the way they raised her led to the current state of behaviors. Now, I know Shannon has said at one point that she didn't always act this way and that YouTube progressively made her worse, but ideally, I don't think by any stretch of the imagination that this isn't, hi baby, hi mama, that this isn't who Foodie has always been. She's just had it dialed back a little more because there were real life consequences. Whereas once she got online, she was able to act any old kind of way and never actually saw anything manifest, which I found interesting because this is the same woman who loves to ride so hard that karma train about how karma's going to get you and how dare you. But she's receiving a little dose of her own medicine, and doesn't it just hit just right in some ways? It still hasn't actually quite affected her in relation to in her presence, in her immediate day-to-day type of life, which is fine. But I have a feeling that will change because the way things are going to go and the way Marty tends to work is this whole thing with sending hookers to her mom's, trying to have her car towed, having the scrap metal guy go take stuff out of their yard. That is bottom tier sort of stuff. That is more like pranking. That is pretty harmless. There's no physical harm being done to anybody. It's just it's mostly emotional stress and trolling, really. But if Marty holds true to the standard that he has already set up based on his prior run-throughs of this, it will continue to escalate until it will actually involve her day-to-day life. It will involve Salah's family. It will involve Salah. It will involve the Kuwaiti government of some sort. And I'll be honest with you, I am sort of here for that because you get the energy that you give out. That is just the way the world works. And she's been giving out this ugliness for quite a while without receiving the true level of energy that she's been dishing. But I do believe, though, when the time comes that she starts to do this hollering about how she's being bullied and she's done nothing wrong, that she needs to just save it, and she needs to just start looking around and saying, maybe I'm the asshole here. Because everything stems from her time, her stint, her behavior on YouTube. That is just a fact. And it doesn't matter how much she deletes. It doesn't matter what she tries to say. It doesn't matter what she does. It's too well documented. There is too many archive channels that have all this stuff, these hours and hours and hours of live streams full of her stuffing her face and just filler that has no real substance to it, cut down and edited to the points where we do actually see Chantal for who she is versus just this character that she's trying to portray herself as. So I can't wait to see how it plays out, to be honest. I mean, God's honest truth. I mean, I'm sure there are people out there in YouTube land out there that they probably don't like me. I mean, I'm still relatively new, but everybody is disliked by somebody. That is just generally the way it goes. But if anything, I would say that at the very least, I'm authentic in how I respond and how I say things. Hey, Jennifer T, thank you. It's good to be here, and it's good to have you here. I'm glad you were able to stop by, even if it may be just for a little bit. I honestly think that I think Marty's in this for the long haul, to be truthful. I mean, if he devoted 7 years to Cyrax, at the minimum, I could see him devoting at least a year or more to Chantal, especially since Chantal is egging it on and keeping it going. She's not backing off from this an inch. She's saying, I don't care if you attack my beezers. I don't care if you attack my family. I don't care. You're not hurting me. It doesn't bother me. I don't need any subscribers. So yeah, I think what he is going to do is he is going to push it to that brink. He's going to take it to where the only thing that she has left, I think, is dead subs or bought subs, because we know she buys them. I mean, you can't go up 100 subs in a day. I mean, not in even chunks of 100. There's no way. And for her to say she doesn't need subs, I mean, let's be realistic. We know she needs the money, and he's hitting her right now. He's hitting her close. He's hitting her in a way that's going to, it's basically starting off minor, but I think it will eventually build up to something a little bit more substantial. And I can't wait to see how that goes. Oh, let me see. Let me find it. Right. I'm kind of in the same boat because, I've said, when I reposted the video of her saying that she didn't give a crap about Dee Dee's mom and that her mother was no different than her as far as she's concerned, I posted that clip with the connotation that you get the energy that you give. And that is just the way that life goes. You can't walk around being a disgusting person to other people and assume that your life is going to be hunky-dory. I mean, that's just not the way the world works. I mean, take a look at your Einstein. Each reaction has an equal and opposite reaction. You feel me? So, I mean, here we are. Foodie's been acting a slap fool for years, and it's only escalated over the last 2 or 3. I mean, she can't honestly be so blind to how the world works that she thinks that she's 100% untouchable. The part that absolutely fascinates me is the fact that she seems to think that because she's in Kuwait that nothing can happen to her. She is forgetting that in that particular society, the government or the authorities do not view her as what she sees herself as, not even close. Based on what I'm seeing, absolutely, I do think so. I mean, the level of delusion is out there. So, I mean, it would not surprise me at all. It would not surprise me not one bit if if we were seeing a progression, because we're seeing progression with everything else, and as long as she's neglected it and she's actually had it reinforced for her, the behaviors that she's exhibiting have been reinforced monetarily and through support and through ass pats and stuff like that. Yeah, absolutely. Backtracking. The Kuwaiti government does not see her as a person. Let's be honest here. You're talking about a country where 75 to 85% of women have been sexually assaulted. You're talking about 50% or more undergoing some sort of abuse, not involving sexual abuse, whether it be mental, emotional, spousal abuse, domestic violence, however you want to slice it. It would not matter in the slightest if Marty came over there. Marty's a man. That's a matriarchal sort of culture. Her saying whatever she wants to say about him to anybody is probably not going to play well for her, I don't think. And I'm sorry, but the delusion in that household is shared between she and Sala, because the God's honest truth is she can't hide behind Sala, because Sala's not going to do anything either. He's a limp-wristed, wet noodle. Basically all Sala is. And I don't feel bad for either of them as to what they're putting each other through, because they were well aware. They had their eyes open. They thought they were playing each other, and now they're stuck. And whatever happens, happens. Oh, my goodness. I would love to know why it is. Oh, wait. Well, Jennifer, are we talking her mental health or her physical health? Because I actually did a whole video on her physical health problems. Hey, Long. Thank you, dear. Thank you. Technically, I've got 3 more hours, but, close enough, because realistically, I'm going to sleep through a portion of it, and I'm going to spend the rest of the day running around trying to pretend to be an adult. You know what I'm saying? So I've done my celebrating. I did my celebrating Saturday with my cousin. That was my formal celebration, including a piece of birthday cake, or half a piece of birthday cake that caused me to have to lay down. And this is my online celebration with you guys, so that, best of both worlds. You know what I'm saying? So I'm here. And that's why I said, and Lone, add to it, I'm back in Wonderland again, which is why I titled it this way. I don't know if you saw the community post, but I am back below 200 pounds again. So I've got more than one thing to be thankful for today. And, I'm thankful for a lot of things every day, but the fact that, I'm making progress in my life and getting back to feeling more like myself again, that to me has really been the goal in all this. And I've said that before in other videos, especially since my world and, my view of the world and everything else kind of got turned upside down when my mom died, and yeah, I'm a firm believer that no matter who you are, you should be the best possible version of yourself. Yeah, 100%. Add to it, I also got another job. So, blessings on blessings on blessings on blessings. I can't be mad about that at all. And I mean, that is something that, has always been a part of my daily thing as a sober person, is I always go out of my way to make sure that I acknowledge the things that I'm grateful for, because let's be realistic. Gratitude is going to bring you latitude. You're going to rise. The more you appreciate, the more you have a tendency to gravitate toward yourself, as crazy as that might sound. I agree wholeheartedly on that. Lone has got really, really great videos. I realistically, Lone paid me a compliment one day and said that she said they really liked my videos. And I was just like, that's amazing. That's such an awesome compliment coming from you, because Lone has really, really good videos. With the level of editing that I may never, ever get to. I mean, I am kind of sort of novice at this. So I will take that cosign any day. It's good for what little bit of ego that I do have, it's even better to be in these goals. I'm still obviously not done yet. My aim is to get back down to the 175 that I was at before, situational depression and menopause went whoosh and hit me, and smacked that 60 pounds on my butt. But, I'll take any milestone I can get, I have a fire in me that has developed that I refuse to be stuck. I refuse to be stagnant, I don't want to just be going through the motions in my life. I want to actively live my life. I want to be happy. I want to be healthy. I want to be able to enjoy the things that I want to do, see and do new things, spend time with people that I love, eat good foods, say what I want to say, think, whatever, actually be able to come out of this on the other side, and not have to look back and say that I felt like I missed something, or I felt like I didn't get the most of things, So you are so sweet, Jen. I wouldn't say that I'm a great creator. I'm just kind of having fun. You guys, we are all sort of a mental health group here. We come in and talk about crazy people from the crazy person's perspective, I guess you could say. That's the way I look at it. Oh. Well, I used to be, a very, very negative person, when I was still actively drinking. And actually for a little while after okay, I'll give you the Reader's Digest version on the sobriety thing. Okay. I had my weight loss surgery. Okay. Partied for a couple of years because, I had not ever really been an overly social person as an obese woman. I didn't get really invited to go hang out or go do things. And, guys never paid attention to me because it was one of those, hey, you want to screw around, but that's really all I'm interested in sort of situation, So I lost the weight. I started getting invited more places. I started getting attention that I'd never dealt with before. And it was really unusual, but it was really exciting. So I did a lot of partying those first few years after I lost weight. And that sort of veered off into the alcoholism and everything. And I finally got to a point, and I was married. This was when I was married, because I married another alcoholic, where he's passed out on the bed. I'm drunk as a skunk. And I was sitting there on the floor looking at a glass of alcohol. And I was thinking of all the different ways that I could unalive myself. And then I was talking myself out of it because, well, here you would mess it up. Here's how you would mess it up. Well, I could do this, but then I would miss, and half my face would be gone, and then I would be disfigured and miserable for the rest of my life. I could do this, but then all that would happen is I would break my neck, and then I would be paralyzed and miserable for the rest of my life. All sorts of stuff. Every option that I played in my head, I found some way, well, here's how you'll mess it up, and this is why this is not going to work. And eventually I called and asked my family for help and told them what was going on. Now, I was sober for a few years after that. I got maybe 4 or 5 years in. And the bad thing is that on my sobriety birthday, I happened to be on vacation. I went out to a bar and grill, had dinner, and sat and was listening to the band. And another thing about me that's really changed as a sober person, is that I am more outgoing. I talk to people, even complete strangers. I'll sit and have a whole conversation with you. I'm totally cool with that. And I had a man walk up to me at this bar and grill and ask me if he could sit at the table with me because he was by himself. And I said, yeah, okay, fine. And we sat there and talked and shoot at the breeze and everything else. And at one point, his cigarette pack fell off the table, and I bent down and got them up and handed them back to him and was like, here you go. And I don't remember too much of the rest of that night. So I am fairly certain that I was roofied because I woke up 12 hours later with no underwear, my bra ripped, and my shirt on backwards. So, yeah. Then that sent me off into a tailspin, and I lost a few years over that to drinking because I was so angry at him, at myself, at the world, that the only thing that I really could think to do would be to turn those emotions off, to turn those feelings off. And when you drink, that is actually what happens for a little bit. It does turn those feelings off. But I forgot that after some time, all it does is amplify them. So, I ended up lost for a little while over it, but I woke up being tired of being sick and tired, and walked back into the doors with my tail between my legs and said, I'm Heather and I'm an alcoholic. And I have been sober ever since then, which as of midnight is 14 years ago. So, yeah. I would have loved to. I ended up having the exam done, but from what I got told, the sheriff's department said that there was no video from the bar and grill, which I know is a lie because I know the person that owns the bar and grill. They said the police department never even talked to them to get footage. Number two, they told me that they supposedly ran the DNA testing on the samples that were collected, and that it did not match up to anybody. But at this point, it's still an open case, which basically means they've shelved it and it's just going to sit there. And I've made my peace with it, but it is what it is. It still doesn't make me any less angry about the situation because I'm not really worried about me because I've overcome that. What I am most worried about is who else has this person hurt since then? And if they continue to skate on this, how many more people could they potentially hurt? And that's really the biggest worry of the situation for me. It is very hard to ask for help, but, I think when you get to a point, I kind of figured out, after putting myself through it the way that I have, when you get sick and tired of feeling that way, when you get to the point where you hurt so bad that it's just more than you can tolerate, you're willing to do anything to change it, and if it comes to asking for help, you'll do it. And that says a lot, especially coming from me, because I'm one of those kinds of people that I generally paint myself into a corner before I ask somebody to help me, because I don't want to have anything held over my head, I literally have crawled, not under this house, but my old house. I actually crawled under the house at 3 a.m. and took the plumbing apart and fixed the plumbing just because I didn't want to have to call anybody at 3 o'clock in the morning to say, hey, I can't flush my toilet. Even some of the most disgusting stuff I've put myself through. And because of that, I feel like I'm more equipped and more capable. But at the same time, you're still going through the disgusting mess in the meantime, Well, I don't know if I would. I think for some people, yes, it would. But, I don't call what I did courage. I called that, more than anything, probably self-preservation. I wanted to die, but I was too afraid to die. You feel me? So, right. And I've actually had people do that. I have actually had people do that to me before. And I absolutely despise it. And that's the reason why I am the way that I am with people for the most part. If you need help with something, all you have to do is ask me. I don't mind helping anybody do anything. Because if there's something that you're not sure how to do and I can teach you, then that makes you more equipped and more capable. And if I'm like, hey, I call this whoever it is and say, hey, I'm working on this and I need a hand. You feel like you can come give me a hand with this. Now you've got two people working on the same thing who are equally prepared and have a knowledge base in that area. So why not? I mean, you give to each other to get back from each other, usually is the way it goes when you have like interpersonal relationships with people, But I know not everybody sees it that way, but I am very difficult in that respect. I'm very standalone. I don't need you to do this for me. I didn't ask you to do this for me. It's a very lonely way to live. I'm not going to lie. But it's very, very hard to rely on people when, you don't regularly have people there to rely on. And the ones that have been there have made it a difficult thing to rely on them, But despite all that, I'm incredibly grateful for everything that I've got. My sobriety, my health, my good looks, y'all. I'm playing. Having the ability to think freely for myself and, to be able, and it's going to be an unpopular opinion, to be able to live in a country where I can explore the things that I want to do and to learn new things and to share ideas and hear other people's ideas, not always agreeing with them, but still hearing them and acknowledging them and broadening my horizons in the process. You feel me? My folks always told me that, you can have a differing opinion with anybody, but you can still be respectful, because there is no one out there in the great wide world that you can't learn something from, and that we are not all meant to be the same. If we were all meant to be the same, we would not have advanced as far as we have thus far. We wouldn't have technological discovery. We wouldn't have health treatments. We wouldn't have cures for diseases. I mean, we would have none of that if everybody thought the same way and followed this narrow focus. And I just don't believe that that's a necessity. I don't think that that's really the way it should be, Well, I mean, the way I figure it, I'm still always perpetually working on getting my life together because, I don't really feel like there is truly a together for me. I don't think, because I'm always going to have something else that I want. You know what I'm saying? So I'm always perpetually working toward having it together. But I don't really ever think that I'll get to an end point where I actually do have it together, Mm-hmm. Exactly. Right. And I think, and see, and you can do it and be respectful. It doesn't mean that you have to hate the other person because you don't agree, And I see a lot of that going on right now. And I just don't understand it, especially like in families, people are having full blown, I am disowning you because I don't agree with you and whatever. And it's just like, why do that? This person has been there. They're a part of your family. They love you. Why would you cut them off just because you don't see eye to eye on a couple of little things? I mean, that to me is insanity. can give y'all a prime example for me. Prime example in that arena for me. To convict you, or convict you in what way? Because are we talking about like convict you in that way or convict you in this way? Or was that like an autocorrect flub up? As in change your convictions. Got it. Sorry. Okay, see, well, I'm not really familiar with that. I know you've probably seen at some point. I'm very spiritual, but I'm really not religious. Not like, it's okay. It's okay. Took me a minute, again, see, prime example, something new that I've learned because I did not know that. I mean, ideally, and I've said this before, I mean, my whole purpose behind doing what I'm doing is, number one, I was not okay with ALR and Foodie being untruthful about the things that are actually going on with their health status. I mean, they're painting it as take Miss ALR, you're obese, but you are healthy. No, you're not. There is no such thing as being morbidly obese and being healthy. I have never met a morbidly obese person who has been just morbidly obese. And I can't agree with that. Stop trying to convince people that there's nothing wrong with you because of the fact that you are self-destructive. I can't agree with that. And, it started out as that, me simply trying to debunk what they're telling people with the knowledge base and experience that I've got. But then, too, I wanted it to be able to help somebody else to understand that what's going on, because maybe they know somebody who has similar issues and they're not 100% in tune with what's happening. But then, when I started doing the more personal vlogs and everything, when I do those, that's really more about me. And I have actually had somebody say that they restarted doing keto because of me and watching the progress that I've made and the things that I've been doing. And, then it dawned on me that there's so much more going on than me just debunking things. Right. And for some reason, they don't seem to, all the cylinders are not firing up here for them, unfortunately. But I'm a firm believer that everybody out here, those of y'all that are listening to this, me, John Paul and Ringo out there walking around on the street, the entire goal of all this should be to possibly be as the best versions of ourselves that we can attain, And if there's anything that I can say or that I can do that would help somebody or point somebody that way, then, I'm not going to be upset. As a matter of fact, I'm going to be the furthest thing from being upset. I will be 100% all for it. Agreed. There is really no other way to look at it, because that's exactly what it is. And the fact is that what they don't seem to understand is they're not hurting any of us out here with the line. They're really not. The only person that they are actually harming in the process of all that is themselves. And they don't realize exactly how little time that they are living on borrowed time, each of them. Right. And the same applies to ALR, because, I'm going to be honest with you. She does a lot of jump cutting in her videos for a reason. I mean, she showed that stupid little dance clip. Y'all, this is how I edit. Some people think it's not, that thing. She actually showed it in the next vlog where she played the whole sequence. And her simply taking 2 steps to the one side, she's going. So she does too. Nobody that is 400 or 500 pounds is going to have anything that resembles healthy breathing. The weight around the rib cage and around the diaphragm is going to compress and make it really an inhale extremely ineffective, because there's really no capability for those lungs to expand all the way when you got 300 pounds sitting on the chest. It's actually atelectasis is what it is. And it can cause you all sorts of issues, by the way. Prime example, her ongoing dangling lung problem. But, it has nothing to do with the fact that she's fat. Skinny people have lung pain too. I don't know about y'all, but I ain't never had lung pain a day in my life as a thin person. Well, not thin. I'm not thin. Thinner person. Y'all chime in and let me know if y'all have ever had lung pain just from walking around. 100%. People don't seem to be able to acknowledge that. When you take a look at, I can give you an example. Take what's that guy's name? Take Luther Vandross as an example. Luther Vandross, back in the day, he was a big old boy, right? Luther Vandross has got pipes. No question on that. But when he went from being a big old boy to he lost all this weight and he was thin, his lung capacity was even greater once he lost the weight, because, gravity pulls on everything. So once that weight was gone, there was nothing around his chest to actually pull down on his chest like that, And I guess these girls are just 100% blinded to even the basics just of reality, It's like they think that physics doesn't apply to them or something. I mean, I swear, especially Amber, if you listen to Amber tell it, she's like, she's an alien from another planet, and that her body is made differently, and that physics doesn't apply to her, and that, that's probably my biggest issue with her, is she wants so desperately to be special when there's absolutely nothing special about her, aside from the fact that right now she is like a half a ton, And I know she tried to say that Alex made the claim that she'll not have any followers. But he didn't make that claim, but I will 100% make that claim. Now, at the beginning, if she were to go on a weight loss journey and actually lose weight, she would have an increase in people who followed her and supported her. But once we went on the other side of it, and everybody got her through to the end, and she reached her goal, and she did skin removal and all that stuff, the fact is that Amber doesn't have a personality of her own. Look at the videos that she's been doing. It is literally Groundhog Day and the same, oh my God, my hair, y'all. Nobody gives a shit. Nobody cares, and she doesn't know any other way to be. And I think that she knows deep down that if she lost weight after that initial surge for the weight loss and watching her come through the other end of it, once they realize that she is basically the exact same person and actually maybe even worse, people are going to lose interest. Right. It absolutely is. And that's really a sad way to live. I mean, she behaves as though that's the only thing about her that could possibly make her unusual. But right now, that is really the only thing that makes her unusual, because she is so brain dead in how she behaves and how she talks. And it's just like, how are you even okay with that? Oh my goodness. It's kind of like the journaling thing. Her talking about she filled a journal over like a 10-month period. No, I think that if at the minimum, that contingency of you're going to have to wait a year, I don't think that ever changed. I believe that she tried to use the 12 therapy sessions as some way to pry that door open. And once she got to the end of those 12 sessions and she realized that she was still going to have to wait a year, and that she was actually going to have to show some effort, that's when she just basically gave up. It wasn't a flat out denial, but they did put the stipulation on her, and she wasn't having that, because she wants what she wants, when she wants, how she wants it right then. And even she said, I'm private pay. That should make things different. This is just not fair. No, it's absolutely fair. What she doesn't seem to understand, or she doesn't care about anyway, is the fact that exactly, and she is absolutely not. And I do believe I said it at one point, where she doesn't seem to understand. Yes, okay, her doctor is there to help people. Yes, okay, he's also there to make money. But every single person that this doctor does surgery on, his name is forever tied to that person. Whether they're successful, whether they fail, whether they completely sabotage themselves to the point where they cause themselves such physical detriment, the surgeon always gets shade on that. Oh, who did your surgery for you? Oh, I ain't gonna go see him then. No surgeon is going to want to attach their name to somebody like Amber, who is literally doing everything they can to sabotage themselves, because all that's going to happen is she is going to end up causing herself all kinds of physical damage and distress, because she's not going to change and she doesn't want to. Yeah, I mean, Same. The only time that I have any direct dealings with either of their channels is when I'm trying to save stuff so that I can clip things, and that's basically it. Exactly. And that would be no different than, saying to somebody who's Amber size, oh no, it's fine, you can eat whatever you want, knowing that they're binge eaters and morbidly obese and have given themselves gallbladder issues and God and whatever. I don't know, y'all. I'm sorry. I still got a headache. I wish it would go away. This headache thing has been coming and going for like 2 days. And it's not a tumor. Realistically, I think it's just my sinuses. Well, I think their standard is different. I think a lot of it, like with somebody like somebody like Tammy and somebody like ALR, it would take a certain amount for them to actually be able to have a certain amount of loss to be able to have it laparoscopically. Because let's be truthful, if they actually went in and did they cut her abdomen open and went in and actually did the surgery opened her up, it would take forever for her to rebound from that. Laparoscopic has the fastest turnaround time in relation to getting up and getting moving and, healing time and all that stuff. So that's probably the reason why they do that the way they do, is they try to have them lose enough weight so that they can actually do it laparoscopically to cut down on the risk factors after the surgery. Oh, honey, me too. Me too. Because it's been on and off for 2 days. That's why I was kind of radio silent for a little bit. Oh, how about this? And I don't know if either of y'all know about the whole situation with the crazy old man at work that beat me up. But there's more news. I went to work Sunday night and I got the fill-in from one of the guys that I work with that I talk to about everything. Apparently, Friday or Saturday, Thursday, Friday, or Saturday, one of those 3 days, one of the nurses went into this old man's room and went in there to do his blood pressure so that she could give him his medication. And he had his hand balled up under a fist and he had it under his leg. Well, she grabbed his arm and pulled his arm out from under his leg, and he's sitting there holding a knife in his hand. That's why he had it tucked under his leg. One of those folding pocket knives, like a pocket knife. But he had it open, and he was holding it open underneath his leg, ready to go. And this was after I took the man's canes away from him because he had beat me up with one of them. And do you know that even with all that, they still have not gotten rid of this dude? The other thing that happened while I was off is the administrator apparently told somebody on the staff that she wanted to fire everybody and replace everybody. I would love to see her try. Well, here's the deal. Okay. Before he beat me up, I had been working there maybe 2 weeks. The Monday after I started work, they had a staff meeting. And nobody told me that there was a staff meeting. I didn't get called. I didn't get texted. Nothing. In that staff meeting, she said to call the cops. Okay. That Friday, he beat up one of the other nurses, an old lady that works with me. And I didn't hear about that. Nobody said anything. The next weekend, when I was on shift, is when I got beat up. And that Monday morning is when I found out about everything. I have had my meetings with the administrator. My direct boss, she's great. She understands. She's 100% behind us. She's backing it. She's saying, protect yourselves. Call the police if you need to. You do what you got to do. This is not acceptable. It's the facility administrator that's the problem, because she's the one that brought him in, even though she knew he was violent. Because we all found out after he beat up the first nurse that he got kicked out of the previous nursing home or assisted living, previous place. He was hitting people with the cane, and that's why he got kicked out. And now here we are. He's beat up 2 staff people. And then is in here holding a knife ready to use it on somebody. And we already know he has a proclivity for attacking women, and your staff is 95% women. We literally have 2 guys on our, in the staff in relation to techs and nurses. 1 nurse, 1 tech, that's it for men. Everybody else is women. That's exactly what she's doing. And me and her, I've already had a meeting with her where I told her that I was not okay with how this was handled. She said, well, you should have called the law. I said, it would have been nice if anybody had told me that before he beat the hell out of me. I said, you had this meeting and nobody ever told me there was a meeting. Oh, I never had a meeting about this. I said, really? I said, because I've had at least 5 people tell me all the same thing about the things that you said in that meeting about how if he threatens us or if he physically assaults us to call the law. I said that you said that he pays $6,000 so he can do whatever he wants. Oh, I'm Lone. I am very much okay. I can acknowledge that this is just a part of the job. I've had my butt whooped before. I mean, I've been doing this almost 25 years. I mean, it's to be expected. It comes with the territory, especially if you're dealing with somebody who has some sort of psychological issue going on. They act out. But when you allow it to the point where it becomes multiple people, then this is not an everyday thing. This is the fact that the administrator doesn't give a shit, and she's not the one getting her ass beat, so she especially doesn't give a shit. But right now, there's a whole communication going on with a lot of us. No, I shouldn't, but I'm accustomed to that, though. But the main reason, backtracking to this right here, the main reason I didn't call the cops was, number one, I didn't think that anything would happen because other facilities that I've worked at brought them right back in and nothing changed. And this is an elderly man who walks with a rolling walker. And unless he has a cane or something in his hand to use as a weapon, he has no physical strength at all. If I had him arrested and taken to jail, there would be nowhere in the jail that they could put him where he would not end up being a victim to somebody else. And I know that after working in the jail system for more than a decade, old people, frail people, people with psychological issues, they are targets. They are targets for people who don't have those issues. So I had that in mind. And I actually told his daughter that when I spoke to her about it on the phone when it happened, that I told her the only reason that I didn't call the police on him is because if I knew that if he went to jail, he would end up sexually assaulted or beaten up by somebody in lockup, and that it wouldn't matter where they put him. I just couldn't rightly do it on my conscience. But more than anything right now, I'm not so much worried about me because, my bruises are gone. I'm fine. I'm more worried about the little old ladies that live in the joint over there because he only does the stuff to women. And see, I agree with you on that, Lone, but the bad thing is that this is the current state of nursing in America. The administrators are more worried about the bottom dollar, and the nurses are more worried about the patients. Yep, it is. And the administrator was trying to act all buddy-buddy with me yesterday morning when she come in. She came in a couple minutes early, apparently. She normally gets in at like 7:30, but she showed up at 7:15. She went out of her way to come speak to me and to ask how he was doing. They've got psych meds in him, and they started him on psych meds last week. And they are doing their job. He's not going from 0 to psycho. He's actually been pretty chill, but now we can't keep him from falling down on the floor because he's fell a couple times every day because of the meds. So there's no happy medium, There are other places that realistically that he should go to that are more equipped to deal with him. But again, $6,000 a month is a hell of a motivator for my administrator. Oh, shoo. Oh, my goodness. Oh. Oh. Here's another crazy thing to add on to it, loan. This is an assisted living facility that caters to people with money. Yes, it is. That's the way it's been now. It was always that way as long as I can remember, but God's honest truth, after the COOF kicked off, everything about the culture of what we do changed. God's honest truth, and I think right now that there isn't any way to come back from it, to take things back to where it actually used to be. It's not about the healthcare anymore. It's not about the patient care. It's not about teaching people to take care of themselves and helping them to take care of themselves. It is literally how much can we do to them? How much medicine can we give to them that we can charge them for? That's all it is now. And it's really sad. Jen, I would, but I took like a 2.5 hour nap this afternoon. So I'm awake at the moment. It's just that my eyeballs are sore. That's all. Light sensitivity, that's been on and off too. It is what it is. I would turn like the overhead light off, but I have a feeling that it'll have me in here looking like, it probably had me looking like I'm holding up like I'm fixing to see, got me looking cray-cray, sitting here in the dark. I don't know. It ain't terrible if I sit back. But if I lean in, let me tell you a story. See, I'm not entirely sure that might not be what's wrong with me. I know like smaller writing is kind of getting harder to focus on, but I think some of that just has to do with the fact that I'm getting freaking old. Because I'm getting old. I don't feel it, but I am. Hang on, I gotta focus on it for a second. No, it's mostly it's not the middle of my forehead. It's mostly to the sides and down like into the temples. And I can feel it in my eyes. So I think it's sinuses. That's what I think this is. I think it's mostly sinuses, Oh, I am. I'm not. I ain't going to tell you no lie. I ain't done hardly nothing the last 2 days. Not a darn thing. I had so much stuff that I wanted to take care of, and I have, God's honest truth, I have just been a bum. Yeah, it is, and I take Claritin, but it doesn't seem to be doing anything for it. I'm just hoping it doesn't like transition into like a full-on sinus infection, because those suck. But no matter how things play out tomorrow, I am going to have to leave the house an adult a little bit. I had to schedule my truck to be serviced Sunday on the way back. Not Sunday. Yeah, Sunday on the way back. When I got in the truck to come home from work, I crunked the truck and it said service is required. And I was just like, and now the light on the dash like used to, like before that point, you could crank it and then tap a button and it would turn it off. But now there's a light indicator that's like on all the time. It's like you need to have your maintenance done. So I had to schedule that. Well, agreed. But when I had stuff that I wanted to do over the last couple of days that was really, for more for fun than for necessity, and I was like, well, damn it. Guess I'm not doing that. Just gonna sit here and be a bum, be a sorry somebody and just lazy. Oh my eyeball. Like I'm gonna tell you, before I got up to pretty distinct possibility. I mean, it's still going around. The symptoms are just so minute now that it's basically the equivalent of a cold now. It's going to be like an annual thing from here on, I think. To tell you how lazy I was being before I got up and said, you know what, let me do a live just so I got something to do and I'm checking in with everybody and they know that I haven't run for the hills. I was watching people do video reactions to Skillet songs. Oh, yeah. Yeah. My mom was the provider over the hospital where I'm originally from. And she was telling me in October and November that there were people coming in with those symptoms, and that they were testing them for God and everything, and they couldn't figure out what it was. So they were telling them it's viral. Take these medications to manage your symptoms, whatever, and then they would send them back home, not really knowing exactly what it was. And then formally COVID didn't kick off until like the end of December, beginning of January. So I'm pretty sure there's plenty of people who say they haven't had it that actually had it and didn't know it. Now me, I only had it once. I only had COVID one time, and it was toward the end, the very, very end. Yeah, there were people that were walking around that were completely asymptomatic. I had patients in the jail that were COVID positive, and there was nothing wrong with them, not one thing. And they actually put them on quarantine for 2 weeks. They put everybody in their rooms for quarantine for 2 weeks, and like 90% of them didn't have any symptoms at all. Yeah, that's true. And I've met people that have had it multiple times, but do you know, I didn't get it until it was Omicron, and it was like toward the very end of Omicron when they started opening everything back up and shit was going back to normal. I caught it from somebody who brought it into work, who knew that they had it because they had a fever, and they took Tylenol and ibuprofen and came to work even though they knew they shouldn't have. Well, I mean, it wasn't really, well, if you'll think about it, they were being told the ERs are overrun, people are being put in the parking lots and this and that. So yeah, people are like, hell with that. What's wrong with me can wait. I'm not worrying about this. And a lot of larger hospitals that were nearby here, a lot of them, for the most part, the ER was the same way, They weren't like sticking people in hallways and sticking people off in like conference rooms and stuff like that. I mean, the pace was steady, but it wasn't overwhelming. People were, for the most part, were just like, you know what, if I don't have to deal with this, I'm not going to deal with this. Well, if you had it broke at all, then, you don't need to be fooling around with that, because an ill-mended bone is not good. Which part? I mean, I'm going to tell you, that whole deal about, and I have wrote whole entries on Facebook telling people to stop calling me a hero, and them putting up healthcare heroes are here and this and that and that. Stop. And I had people tell me, thank you for what you do. You're a hero. And I've even said this to people in person. I said, look, I'm not a hero. I said, number one, this job didn't choose me. I chose this job. But once I started and I fell in love with it, it chose me back. I said, that's the difference. I grew up in a family full of nurses, and that was just what I got told, was going to be my thing. Right. Well, which makes sense. I mean, you isolate with any sort of infectious disease. That's not uncommon. But they did take it a little far, I think. But that's just me. But I told people too that I knew that I signed up for this. That I always knew that this was a possibility. Because if you look back at history, about every 10 years, there is some sort of infectious something going around about every 10 years. And I studied that along with everybody else that goes into nursing. That's a part of the infectious control portion of the disease processes that we study. We know it's possible. And despite that, here I am. I signed up for that. I knew that when I walked into it. Well, I'm going to tell you, I didn't really get pressured into it. I think I really more got talked into it. The way it went, in my early 20s, for the first couple years of my 20s, I was kind of blowing in the wind, working random jobs. And my mom sat down with me and she was like, look, why don't you go to nursing school? And I was like, I said, because I'm not you and I don't really want to do it. And she said, it's fine if you don't want to do it. I understand that. She said, but you do need something that you can do to take care of yourself, to make sure that your bills are managed, that you can have money put away in case something happens and all this stuff. She said, the way she worded it to me was, she said, you don't have to do this forever. She said, but this can be something that you can do until you do figure out what you want to do forever. And that's why I say she kind of talked me into it. But once I started nursing school and I actually started doing it, I called her at one point and I said to her, I said, I had it dawn on me today. I said that I fucking love this. I said, how did you know? And she said, you're my kid. That's how I knew. So, it wasn't pressure. It was like, think about this. Maybe you'll like it, but if you don't, you can do it until you find something that you do like, But yeah, my mom really knew me 100%. She knew a lot of things about me that I really couldn't even acknowledge about myself. So yeah, she was always a very good read of people. Right. And it depends on various things. I mean, I make good money, but I also make pretty solid choices in relation to how I spend my money, how I make my money. I mean, I'm going to tell you the God's honest truth. I mean, I worked 3 jobs through COVID, 3, and I would literally go from job to job to job to job. There was like a 10-month period where I didn't have any days off, because I would go to work, I would get off, I'd go home, I'd go sleep, I'd get up, and I'd go to the next job, because nobody wanted to work with the COVID patients. And, I told everywhere, I was like, look, I live by myself. I don't have any kids. I'm not going out and really doing anything, especially when they started paying like the extra money for working with the COVID patients. I was like, look, I'm already here. I don't mind working with it. It'll be okay. I'm in good health. I'll be fine. And add that on top of it, I steamrolled the shit out of some money during that whole time frame. Even staying just locally. Like a lot of people did the travel nursing stuff where you were making, man, there were some people that I met that were travel nursing that was making like $100 an hour. But I wasn't willing to travel because I did not want to have to haul my animals all over God and everywhere. And I didn't want to leave my family to have to take care of them, because that's not their responsibility. They have their own lives, their own pets and stuff like that. It just didn't feel fair. Oh yeah. But the travel nurses get the shitty assignments. They get the hardest of all the assignments because nobody else wants it. Man. I mean, my mom was a good mom. She wasn't perfect, but nobody ever really is. And, she wasn't just a good mom. She was just genuinely a good person, They absolutely do. And that's another reason why I didn't have any interest in it. I was like, I'm good. I'll just stay here. Well, actually, believe it or not, psychiatric nursing in itself is actually not terribly bad. It just depends on what area specifically you go into with psychiatric nursing. Because like you can do actual psych nursing where you're working in mental health facilities, or you can do like addiction recovery, where it's psychiatric. It just depends. You can do correctional nursing that has a psychiatric basis, because like there were nurses that I worked with in the prison and in the jail system that was their specialty, was psych, and they worked hand in hand with a psychiatrist. So you have various avenues, and they get paid pretty good too. Ow. I'm thinking I might have to buy me another chair, y'all. I'm getting sick of my butt sticking to this chair. I got to fix this. This chair, sorry about my pajamas, y'all. This chair was a freebie. It was one that my dad had in his office. And he didn't have a need for it anymore. And he was like, look, it even fits in your room because it's the same color as the flowers on your wall, but it's covered in vinyl. So after I sit on it for a little bit, my butt sticks to it. Fun stuff. Oh, that's too bad. I'll catch up with you soon, Miss Jennifer. Have a good night, dear. I don't think it's a bad field to go into. I don't have the additional psych certification, but I've worked with psych patients. Thank you. I did too. Bye, Miss Jennifer. I don't have the additional certification, and I'm going to work on getting that so that I have it. More certifications you got, the better you're paid, better prepared you are, that kind of thing. I have worked with psych patients, and it can be really interesting stuff. But at the same time, you take on even more of a level of risk with psych patients, because if you're dealing with somebody unmedicated, then or their medications haven't been entirely regulated yet, you do have the chance of physical injury. See that? Well, I mean, that's really not a bad job from what I understand. I mean, you're working banker's hours, and for the most part, it's outpatient, so that wouldn't be terrible. Wouldn't be terrible. The other thing, Lone, too, if you actually wanted to do psych nursing, you could go to school for a year and be an LPN, and right off the bat, I think it depends on the state, but LPNs are averaging like $20 or $22 an hour depending upon where they are, and then even more depending upon which state, because I think like Wyoming is paying them like 39 or 38, something like that, which is more than most RNs that start out brand new. Yep. Hey, got to do some research, man. Got to do some research. Here's the other thing too that I got told, and I don't know how true it is, but what I got told was that the boards, passing boards, is actually going to be, it's gotten a little easier to pass boards than they were when I took them 20 years ago. So I guess they're trying to fill in the gap in the, that actually is not a bad job. My little brother's an x-ray tech, and he loves it. You get to have that patient interaction, and because you have to, but you don't do any of the dirty work. The dirty work side of it is not there. And you don't really deal with a lot of combative people or angry people and stuff like the nurses staff do. Any little thing that they get angry about gets directed at the nurses staff. That's just the way it goes. X-ray, they're in. I'm going to do your chest X-ray. They take your X-ray, and then they're gone. And then you may not see them again unless they schedule something else for you. And he actually makes, now mind you, we live in Florida. I think he makes like 24 or 25 an hour or something like that. And he works nights. His most frequent run, like he works every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday night. And he said Thursday night he doesn't do a lot. Friday night, he may have a couple of x-rays or the occasional MRI that's got to be done. And then Saturday nights, he sees a fair amount because, the weekend, people drink, they do stupid shit, and then they're in the ER. So, but for the most part, from like 1 o'clock in the morning on, his nights are pretty chill. Well, I'm going to tell you the God's honest truth. Majority of my career has been me on night shift, and it's because I have a particular rhythm to how I do things. And I mean, every environment is different, obviously, but you establish your routine and your rhythm in that environment. And it may not necessarily be the exact same way that your DON or your administrator would do it if they were there. And it bothers the crap out of me to have people who try to micromanage how I do things, especially when I know that I get my job done and all of my T's are crossed, my I's are dotted, everybody's needs are met, medical emergencies are dealt with in a timely manner. I mean, everything is under control. And for the most part, my patients like me because I'm truthful with them. I explain things to them, and but realistically at night when I'm there, I'm in charge. That's my building. Everything is my responsibility. And as crazy as that sounds, I prefer it that way. I'm a little bit of a control freak when it comes to work. Right. I don't do well with micromanaging, especially from people who very rarely or never come out and do my job. If you have sat in an office all this time and you are basically you're trying to tell me how to do my job when you've never actually done my job, that bothers me. That would be like me going into a restaurant and telling a cook in a restaurant how to do their job when I've never done their job. It's very rude. That's another reason too that me and this administrator, I'm not really jiving with her because she was an LPN, but it's been like 15 plus years ago. So she may have a little bit of experience, and I think she only had her license for like 7 or 8 years. Here we are, and I'm coming up on 2.5 decades. And I've worked in environments that she's never worked in. And I know for sure of that because I've seen her resume. I've worked in environments that would drown most people. So, stay out of my face. Let me do my job. Don't unless I pull your chain, your input is not needed. Yeah. I just don't understand why people feel the need to do that. You interjecting does not help me. I know what I'm supposed to be doing. Just leave me the hell alone and let me do what I know that I need to do. Right. Going on now. What do you mean? I'm going to need some clarification, Lone. Come on, in the girl world community? Oh, I was actually talking about that before you got here. Oh, no, it's totally fine. It took a minute. I had to think about it. I get asked that question, what do I think of what's going on now? 9 times out of 10 when I'm asked that, it's usually about politics. I try to stay away from that. I mean, my politics is pretty middle ground, but I end up making somebody mad in the process no matter what I say. But with Girl World, okay, I said this, I posted, I don't know if you saw that clip where Chantal said, her mother's not involved from this. She's like, I don't give a shit. Her mother's no different than she is, when she was talking about Dee Dee and doxing Dee Dee's mom. I posted that clip and I said, you get the same energy that you give. Just saying. She's not exempt from this because she's done it to so many other people. And I'm not saying that what is happening to her family is okay, but she opened her family up to this. I mean, if she would just say, hey, Marty, look, I should have never had anything to say about this. I was in my feelings. I didn't have nothing else to talk about, and I stuck my foot in my mouth. She could resolve this, but she's choosing not to. That oppositional defiance in her makes it absolutely impossible. She's going to continue to double down on this until it actually lands on her doorstep in Kuwait, and I have a feeling that Marty will take it there. If she thinks that Marty is going to just get bored and give up, she's wrong. I mean, if you'll look at how he handled things with Cyrax, I mean, he's been after Cyrax for like 5 or 6 years. He's not going to get bored of going after Foodie. Foodie continues to engage and will continue to engage no matter how bad it gets. Now, as to the whole her blaming Girl World, her blaming Frenchie, people on Twitter blaming Frenchie, I don't rightly think that. Well, first off, about Chantal blaming Girl World. This has nothing to do with Girl World. We're just sitting around watching this play out. She put herself in Marty's crosshairs. That was her doing. him responding and everybody laughing, I mean, that would be no different than you pushing the class bully and then getting your block knocked off. People are going to laugh at you. That's just the way it goes, especially when you think that you're not going to bear any repercussions. People are going to laugh at you. That's just a fact. Now, people blaming Frenchie, saying Frenchie has co-signed all this. Frenchie seems to be kind of in the same position that a lot of us are in, where she's just kind of laughing, going, well, you did this shit to yourself, and now I'm going to use it. It's going to be entertainment for me. Then there was her posting Marty's link in her chat. There were several people in the chat that actually asked her what his channel was. So she posted it, because people were asking her. That would be like people asking me, I'm sitting here talking about your channel alone, and people say, what channel are you talking about? And I post your link. That doesn't mean that I'm signing off on anything that you're doing. It just means that I'm showing them who I'm talking about. There were people that said that she was fangirling over Marty, and I didn't really see that. I mean, she was acknowledging the things that Marty was saying to her in the chat, or saying thank you when he sent super chats and stuff like that. But I haven't seen her really say anything in particular that would say she's backing him or she's egging it on. But that's just my opinion. And I'm a nobody. So, what do I know? Oh my goodness. Yeah, well, I am too, but I mean, I think a big part of why it took so long is because there is a held standard of morality to an extent within the girl world or the girl verse. They're okay with certain things being said or being done, but you can't take it past a certain point. Whereas Marty is not a part of girl world. He doesn't live to those standards. He's not been a part of the group ever and will never be. And he's made that abundantly clear. He's actually said, those of you that are in girl world out here, the fact is that you're cheering this on. This makes you no better than me, and it makes you no better than anybody that helps contribute to me doing what I'm doing. So, yes, she is. And I think some of that has to do with the fact that, Frenchie is very abrasive in her presentation, but that's part of why I find her amusing, is she has really no filter, and she's very brash, and I find that funny. I mean, I ain't gonna tell you a lie. I get a good laugh out of some of her streams. Like, I'm gonna tell you the God's honest truth. On the way back from, we went to go see Skillet Saturday, me and my cousin. On the way back, I was looking for something for us to listen to on while we were driving, and FFG had done a 2-hour live stream. So I asked my cousin, I said, is it okay if we listen to this? And she said, well, what is it about? So I had to give her like a Reader's Digest version of Foodie Beauty. And then we listened to it. And my cousin has never listened to FFG. She doesn't really know a lot of the backstory on Foodie, but she was sitting there laughing, just like hysterical. She's like, this girl is crazy. She says, but I love her. I think, yeah. And I think that kind of holds true for the most part, on a fair amount of people. I mean, there are Frenchie has things about her that I genuinely like. I mean, and I do think she's funny. And for the most part, she's not trying to be funny. She's just being herself. She doesn't care. But there are, occasions where I'm just like, I'm not feeling this. It just depends on like what the topic is. Like it was like the whole EV videos and every now and then, some of the Doherty dozen ones don't really jive with me. Yeah, I'll stay and listen for a few minutes, but then I dip and roll out. I mean, it's just the energies are different depending upon who she's reacting to, if you know what I mean. But I say that with the caveat that my energies are different depending upon who I'm reacting to. Like my energy with ALR is different than it would be with Foodie. So yeah, well, the Evie thing, and I did a whole thing on that while I was working in here, putting shelves up and stuff. So I was recording while I was working and just talking. Personally, I think that whole situation, Foodie needs to pick a lane because she says, I don't want her to talk about me. She needs to get a life. She needs to go away, da, 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 da. But anytime Frenchie tries to make an effort to respond or watch other people, Foodie puts herself in the middle of it and tries to derail it. She's angry that she's being reacted to, but then she's even more angry when she's not being paid attention to. So she's got to pick a lane. Right, 100%. Well, no, what I'm saying, like the energy that I give out when I respond to them is different. Like with ALR, it is like me, like the way my mom would talk to me. Very matter of fact, very blunt, all truth, nothing personal. Foodie, it is, here's your facts, bitch. There's two different types of energy. They're both coming from the same place, but two different energies. The other thing about that too, they absolutely do, and I refuse to make my channel all about that. I am not in the place for that. I haven't been in the place for that for a long time. I'm more focused on making my life better, and by allowing the negative from that pair to wholeheartedly affect me to the point where I am acting out of character. I'm not about to let that happen. I'm just not. I actually had somebody ask me in one of the chats, I can't remember which one now, asked me where I was from, and I told them I was in Florida. And they said, "Really, where at in Florida?" I said, "Nowhere near Disney World, if that's what you're asking." I'm glad you think so. I mean, there are some time frames where I'm just like, I feel like I'm just talking out of my ass, to be truthful. I mean, I try to share a lot of personal insight because I have gone through a lot. A lot of it I've put myself through. Some of other people have put me through. There's been experiences that I've had, and I do try to share that because, I mean, it's kind of like with my mom's passing. There was a whole thing around that, and it was very hard to maneuver. And I did have a lot of conversations about that, and the fact that I don't want anybody to ever feel like they're grieving the wrong way, because there is no such thing. Speaking of loan, this is my homegirl Heather, who I have been friends with since middle school. I was not expecting her to be up right now. Heather, I thought you'd be in bed. Don't you have to work tomorrow? Or are you still staying up late to make your husband angry? Thank you, Lone. I'm doing better now. Heather, Lone Entourage is actually another Girl World channel, and they do fabulous videos. Fabulous videos. Meh. So what does that mean? Are we staying up in the middle of the night again tonight to make Roy angry, or what? Hey, I'm just telling the truth, Lone. Wow, what's going on tomorrow? Something up with Dad? Oops. Their backstory on me and Heather, we met in like the 5th or 6th grade, and we started out fighting like cats and dogs. But after we got past that, we've been thick as thieves. This girl, I would bury some bodies for her if I needed to. She's been going through a lot lately. I got to get her to figure out some kind of way to lighten up and live a little. She's got a lot of responsibilities, though, bless her. Yeah. Oh, I didn't think about that. I miss Pawpaw. Think about it like this, Heather. I'm going to tell you what I have figured out. He's still around more than you realize, I think. He's paying attention to what's going on. Even though he may not physically be present, he's still present. It is. It absolutely is. The corn thing will never not get old. I know you know. You just got to remember that. So tomorrow, make sure you have yourself a good long talk with him, you know? Amber still over there, or has she started school already? Is Pawpaw the only thing keeping you up, Heather? You know how I feel about that one. Whenever you're ready to bury a body, just let me know. Well, she's got to have somebody to look out for because, you know, her mom's definitely not. It's a good thing it's a good thing Roy found you, because otherwise Roy would be trying to do all that. And, you know, Lord have mercy, he needs all the help he can get to manage things. Side note, I started to come by to see you this weekend, but I wasn't entirely sure that I wasn't going to be waking you up. And it was like 11 o'clock at night. Trust me, do I know? That's what I'm saying. She wants to act a fool. She's got you to deal with her, and then me to help bury, and then me to be volunteering to help bury the body. I don't watch enough murder episodes to know how best to get rid of people. Turn her into mulch and put her in the garden. I know. Have y'all started talking to each other again? You laugh. I'm not playing. We put her through a wood chipper and mix her with cow manure. Wouldn't nobody be the wiser. How'd that go? I have said it before many times. No offense to anybody out there who's married. I don't understand how y'all do it. I've been there. I've done it. It's tough going. Hey, that's what I'm, see? That's what I'm talking about. You know. Either put her in the garden or put her in the river, feed the fish. What part? Inspiration? Burying a body? Or not getting caught? I'll say that's why. Hey, that's why you took him, girl. That was supposed to be part of what you were supposed to be teaching him. Oh yeah, marriage. Oh yeah, marriage. 100%. 100%. I've been there. I've done it. There ain't nothing easy in the world about it. That's why, like Heather, God bless her. I got nothing but respect on that one because I don't know how she does it. My folks, God bless them. Heather's folks, God bless them. My folks were married 43 years before my mom died. They got married at 16 years old. That I could not remotely imagine, having to spend 43 years kind of figuring things out with somebody. Woo. I guess I think realistically for me, like I don't mind relationships, but integrating people into my life as it is where I have my problems, I think. Right. There is no break from each other. I think that's part of what makes the whole situation with y'all so much of a challenge is when you get aggravated with each other, you still got to deal with each other because you can't leave the house and go to work and take an 8-hour break from them because y'all are right there all the time. God bless y'all. Oh. Speaking of inspiration, how are you doing tonight, young lady? By the way, I'm loving that hair, girl. I love that hair. I would love to have my hair long like that, but I would get so aggravated with it, I'd end up shaving my head. I'm ready to cut mine again, actually. I'm glad to hear you're great. You're very welcome. Oh, Heather here, she can tell you way back in the day, my hair used to be down past my waist. I hated brushing it because my head was so sensitive. But now, I mean, my hair is probably down to about there, and I'm already thinking about cutting it again. That's the part that I don't see how you do it because, you know, it takes so long for you guys to braid everything down or to braid in. And then you have to sit there and undo them. And that takes a long time too. I don't know if I could sit through all that. I just don't have a lot of patience. And now, Heather, I honestly, I don't think I could ever have my hair that long again, like ever. It would make me absolutely insane. Holy moly. Ooh. But you got hella patience. I don't see how you do it. I could not sit still for that long. I just couldn't. It would have to be one of them situations where I'm good and tired and I'm just going to lay on the table and hang my head off the edge of the table, go to town, but I'm going to sleep through that shit because that would be the only way I could stay still long enough because I would get so stir crazy. You got some hella patience, child. I don't know how you do it. Right. Absolutely are. Oh my goodness. Oh my. Girl, I couldn't. I don't think I could. Well, I actually did a video not far back, inspiration, where I talked about what she's actively got going on and what I'm seeing based off of what she's showing us. She's got a lot of stuff that's progressing rather rapidly, and it doesn't look good. I mean, we know she's got pulmonary edema problems. She has a history of that. And that's part of why her breathing is the way that it is. But she's compounding it with the weight, like we were talking about this earlier. When you're talking about somebody of Chantal's size, the more weight is accumulated around the chest wall, it makes it really kind of hard for somebody to get a truly solid breath in and for full lung expansion, because of the exterior weight compressing the rib cage and compressing the diaphragm. So they get what's called atelectasis, and it can actually lead to all sorts of secondary things like partial lung collapse, decreased oxygen saturation, all those things, extra fluid buildup because she has pulmonary edema, which is going to be made worse because she's very sedentary. With the pulmonary edema and all that stuff, for her, you can see it really evident in her hands. If you look at her hands the next time in the most recent of her mukbang videos, her hands are very swollen. So are her fingers, and they have a very shiny appearance to them. And that right there is indicative of somebody you see that a lot with people who are end stage. Let's see. We're seeing. Yes. The facial swelling too can be part of the pulmonary edema and congestive heart failure, because PE can actually contribute to CHF, and CHF can make the face swell. Yes, that too. And that's a combination of lack of oxygen carrying capacity. Her blood pressure is probably sky high through the roof because she's never managed it anyway. She doesn't maintain any kind of heart healthy diet as a generality. She eats basically anything and everything that she can find. It doesn't really matter what's in it. It's kind of like ALR putting hot sauce all over every damn thing she puts in her mouth. I mean, but then wants to be shocked that she's swollen and that she has edema. That's another one that is absolutely 100% in denial. Well, I'm of the position that ideally she can say what she wants. She's not a resident there. She can try to claim that she is. I don't believe that she is. I don't believe that her insurance that she was using through Canada is still in effect. So at this point, I don't think that there's a way for her to go. Okay. So the other thing too, is I'm pretty sure that she's going to continue to ignore it. She's going to justify it because that is just her way. She's going to continue to justify it until something massive happens. Yeah. And that's fluid. That's a combination. That's kind of like her belly. Obviously she has fat there, just like in her hands. She's got fat everywhere. She's got the poochie roll in the back of her head. She's got fat everywhere, but she's got fluid retention in her hands. She's got fluid retention in the belly. She's got a lot of things going on with her. And because of those things, I would say probably not. If she does happen to manage to get onto a flight, I have a feeling that she will have all sorts of problems for a few days after, if not during the flight. God's honest truth on Foodie, my projection. I know that our Foodie psychic said 3 years of hell. That's fine. But I'm making the prediction that there will be some sort of significant health event within the next year for her with the way she's going. And maybe that would be the 3 years of hell that we're talking about. I don't think so. I think a large part of that has to do with the oppositional defiance sort of deal and the BPD issue that she is presenting. It's her way or no way. People with BPD, they have a tendency to rewrite things in their head. They're very histrionic. They don't ever see anything as their fault. And they find a way to justify whatever they're doing at any given moment. So in her mind, there's complete and utter rationale behind what she's doing. It's kind of like her saying, I'm going to start Weight Watchers, but the same day she eats 2 fast food meals that'll feed 4 people. But there is something up with her brain chemistry and her mental health that lends to this. But I'm just kind of waiting to see, because I'm pretty good at reading things. So I got a good feeling about it. I got a pretty solid 85 to 90% on the prospect. It is very morbid, but I honestly think between her, yes, ma'am. Look at Heather coming through with the big brain up in here. All right. That too. And that Heather, remember I showed you the video about her where she said she was hotter than 90% of YouTube. And she said that everybody was just jealous of her. It kind of reinforces that BPD tendency thing that I'm seeing, right? Actually, lone inspiration and anybody else out there that's watching on the replay, Heather is actually the one that I gave the crash course, her and her kid. I gave them the crash course on Foodie and ALR the last go round. And yeah. And I thank you. And thank you, Blondie, for being my cheerleader. You are awesome. Thank you so much. I'll tell you, I've said it many times, it's just another day. Most of the time, I don't even realize my birthday's coming up until my phone reminds me. But I'm glad that I made it. It's another year, another set of lessons, another more progress. I'll take any little bit of progress I can make these days, you know. The other thing too, I said this to somebody, that despite the fact that, you know, she's been gone a little over a year now, this is me continuing to live my amends to my mom and to my dad, you know. So no, it actually is not, it's not my belly button birthday. Okay. I'm a Libra. My actual birthday, that's in October. This is a sobriety birthday. This is another year of me being sober. So this is my second birthday of the year. I tell people I'm a lucky person because I get 2 birthdays a year. So yeah, 100%. You know it. Hey, I can be perfect at being a hot mess, but I will never be anything perfect beyond that. Thank you very much, Blondie. I'm glad that you're here, by the way. I ain't seen you around a little minute. I don't know if I would really call it an achievement. I mean, I do have people that I go to group with that they hang their hat. They put everything on the fact. They hang that hat on the fact that they've got all this time sober. But you know, I am very realistic in the fact that, life happens, and things can change on a dime. Um and I dare not rest on my laurels no matter how many years I get behind me. I'm not going to take any of it for granted. So that's why I don't focus really too much on it until like it shows up on the calendar. Happy, your sobriety birthday. So, I celebrate it like right around the time, of course, not always the day of, but, right around the time frame because, I'm like, woo, I made another year. Cool. But then after that's done and over with, I go right back to, okay, it's another day. Let's do this. Because every single day is a brand new day. Every single day has unlimited potential for wins, achievements, accomplishments, or it has infinite possibility for fuck up and failure. I mean, that's just the way it goes. I mean, so right. And I actually said this in the video, like me and my cousin went and saw Skillet this weekend as like as my way. That was my way of celebrating. And I got a piece of Miss Leslie's cake on the way back from Busy Bee. And I got home and I sat down and I ate half of it because, of course, it gives me palpitations. But, I actually said in that video, I was like, I'm a firm believer that you should celebrate your wins, no matter what they may be, because you never know when your next win is going to come to you. So enjoy the moment while it's there. That's the way I'm looking at it. Yes, I did. You missed it earlier, girl. I said I almost came by and saw you after the concert, but I wasn't even sure you would still be up because that was like at 11 or 11:30 at night. It absolutely does. And I have never had more of a reminder on that than when my mom passed away. Because, and I said it and I've said it several times, it kind of turned my world on an axis and kind of shook it and then flipped it back over. Nothing made any sense anymore, because like in my head, in my mind, I had like this whole life ahead projected for myself. And it included growing old with my mother because my mom is only 16 years older than me, and I expected to have her be an old, fragile little old lady laying in the bed, warm and comfortable and saying, I want some potato chips. That's what I expected from her and not what I got. So, I have kind of really had, a pretty solid and conscious shaking change of perspective since then. Oh, girl, it absolutely is. I couldn't finish it, though, because it's so loaded with sugar. You know how I am with sugar. I only ate half of it because that very first bite of that cream cheese frosting, by the time I got halfway into it, that first bite already had me having palpitations. I was like, whoop, that's my cue to stop. That's my cue to stop. See, I ain't know all that if I'd had any idea. Me and Jessica would have come by and spoke and hung out for a little bit. I don't know if she'd be beating on nobody. Mom wasn't really the type to lay hands on folks, but she would have for sure been telling everybody about themselves. There's no question about that. That is just her. That was always her way. She just said what she said, and that's just always how she was, so me too. I still miss her. Oh no, trust me. Do I know? Like I said, I was halfway into it and I was feeling the first bite of it. It was woo-wee. fell out. My heart was in my throat. Just I was like, okay, that's my cue to quit. Oh, sister. It is 10-layer red velvet cake with cream cheese icing that has pecans in it. It is amazing. The woman, I swear to God, I think she has to put a little bit of crack in it or something because it is that good. She's got like 2 or 3 different kinds of cakes that she makes, but she, the Busy Bee is a local gas station. Super nice building and everything. But she has like a whole case in there where you can go in and buy a whole cake. It's like $40 for a whole cake. And people will buy those in like sets of 2. They'll go in and pay $80 and get 2 cakes and they'll eat on them babies forever. You know, girl, believe me, do I know. I love me some pecans, especially when they're roasted in like cinnamon and a little bit of sugar. Ooh, child. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. It absolutely does. And that, I mean, there have been a few moments in my life that have been pretty, that have been pretty impactful for me, but there has nothing been quite that pivotal as that. Ooh, I never really thought about doing that. You laugh. I say that with a little bit of truthfulness. I think she might grind some up and just sprinkle just a little bit because it is that good. I literally bought that piece of cake, knowing that it was probably going to make me feel like garbage after I ate that little half of it. I knew, but I was just like, it's so good. I'm willing to deal with it. I don't care. I don't do it all the time, but I'm just going to deal with it. I see. That's okay. That one's okay, but I like the red velvet so much more. So much more. I'll tell you what it is about the red velvet. It's the frosting. Oh my God, it is the frosting. The frosting is, woo, girl, is off the chain. It's amazing. What? Actually, I'll tell you, me and your mom, we need to have us a session because I don't know if I ever told you about my grandmother's caramel apple cake. Girl, if your mom can teach me how to make that, won't nobody be able to tell me nothing, because that is freaking amazing. It doesn't have icing on it. There's like 8 or 10 layers, a bunch of thin little layers, but there's no frosting. What acts as the frosting is like she would take brown sugar and heat it to where you can caramelize it, and she would pour caramelized brown sugar in between and then put more layers, more sugar, more sugar. But it was so ridiculously good. Grandma would literally send a tin with 1 cake in it just for Dad, because Dad would literally be ready to fist fight over that cake. That's how amazing it is. Let's see. Girl, they make lactose-free ice cream, right? Oh, here's the other thing you could do too. Inspiration. Get you one of them little ninja ice cream makers and make you sorbet and stuff that ain't got none of that stuff in it. See? Long beat me to it. Girl, who you telling, sister? Me too. Lone, I cannot even rightly describe it to you how that tasted. But it was so good. And I've got the recipe. I just got to have somebody teach me how to do this correctly so I don't waste a bunch of money frigging it up, trying to get it right. Ooh, if she could help me figure it out, ooh, wouldn't nobody be able to tell me nothing. I'd be like, bitch, I got the best cake on the planet. The other thing you can do too, you can do that with just like a regular Ninja mixer. Because that's basically all that, your little Ninja bullet mixer. Same thing. Yeah, girl, go crazy. You could figure you something out. For real. See, I don't think I've had any of the lactose-free stuff yet. Well, then, see, I'm gonna have to come over there, and me and Mom gonna have to make a whole thing of that, a whole thing of it. Apple jelly cake. See, Heather, I haven't had the apple jelly cake. See, girl, I ain't had that. Oh, Heather, I'll tell you what I'm going to have to do when I come over there, because I'm going to come over there, and me and your mom going to have a baking sesh. And while we're there, I'm going to have to make you that chocolate peanut butter mousse, protein mousse. Girl, I'm going to tell you, that shit is bomb. It is so amazing. Oh, inspiration, I will, because I'm going to tell you, y'all think I'm cray-cray? Wait till you get me and her mama together. Ooh, I love the hell out of Heather's mama. She don't tolerate my foolishness. You laugh, I'm not playing. Okay. Heather's mom has had to deal with two Heathers at the same time for decades. She has gotten to the point where she has been ready to wring us both about the neck. Okay. So yeah, she don't play with me no more. She don't fool with me like that. She tells everybody, she's like, that's my other kid. She's like, I'll get her ass if I want to. The way I figure it, well, I'm going to tell you this. Do you know that it's usually that way, that me and your mom, we get along just fine? But I think, too, your mom knows that I'm bigger than her, and that might be the only reason why she doesn't give me any difficulty. Yes, I have, and that's another thing, too. I mean, realistically, between her weight and poor circulation, she has probably got some lymphedema buildup there. The only way that that's ever going to change, she's going to have to change her diet. She's going to have to prop them feet up. She's going to have to get up and move around. That's just a fact. The weight loss is going to be necessary for her to do anything in relation to improving her health. Her talking about improve my stamina. You can't improve your stamina if all you do is sit on the couch and all you do is record yourself eating food for money. It doesn't work that way. Yes, she does. And the fact that she was talking about, I feel like I'm going to puke. I can tell you where that came from. Her blood pressure was probably sky high. That's why her face was beet red. You need to make a copy of those and send those to me, because I don't know if I've ever seen those. Y'all have got a whole load of pictures over there that I'm going to have to come and get copies of, Heather, because girl, the only picture I've showed you, some of the pictures I've gotten, this one's where you've been over at my house. God's honest truth, I was waiting for her to have a fucking heart attack, truth be told. Because with women, our heart attack symptoms are not the same as men. I tell people the good Lord did make men and women different. However you feel about it, it is what it is. But our response to things is different. Women are more in tune with our bodies. We pay attention to the symptoms that we see, even when they're very, very subtle. Okay. That's why our symptoms, that's why our heart attack symptoms are the way that they are. We don't have that same set of things that men have. What do you generally see with men? They have that crushing something sitting on my chest and I can't breathe and I don't know what to do. That's what men have. That's because men are stupid and they don't pay attention to what their body tells them. They work through pain. They work through things bothering them, that sort of thing. It takes something big and scary for a man to pay attention. But because we don't do that, women, we notice the changes. Ours are very subtle. It's usually nausea. It's some back pain. It's just general fatigue, malaise, just feeling off, those sorts of things. So when she said, I feel nauseous, I feel like I want to throw up, I was honestly and sincerely waiting for her to fall over having a heart attack. Between that and her face being beet red. Girl, I can't even understand that. There wasn't nothing like that going on when we was younger. Nothing like that at all. She is absolutely getting worse. She may have, but it may have been so small. I mean, there are people that walk around that have had minor heart attacks that had no idea they've had minor heart attacks until after, because they've gone to the doctor for something else and it shows up on their EKG. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, I don't know about the mini stroke. TIAs are usually pretty, it's usually pretty noticeable. With TIAs, you'll see people who won't be able to walk for a little while. They won't be able to use limbs for a little while. Their speech is garbled, stuff like that. Stuff that you can visually see, that you're just like, whoop, wait a minute, there's something wrong here. Now, the heart attack thing on her part, she could have a very subtle heart attack and not have any inclination because it didn't cause her any momentary impairment or even long-term impairment. But, there's nothing saying that that's not coming on her end because it's just all a matter of time. Yes. Heather, you've been watching any of these other videos? You've been doing some delving into the girl world since I threw you in on it? Because I do know you probably have the same response that I do to it, going, thank God that is not me. I'm not doing so bad. I'm making it. I'm making progress every day. I'm doing what I can do. I'm trying to take care of me. I could be worse. I could be that heifer. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No doubt. No doubt about it. Yes, I think so too. I mean, if you look at the side by side from when she first got there to that beach photo, yeah, no question. Girl, okay. Here's the deal. It would absolutely kill dead because that is not your normal. Believe it or not, your body can adjust to things, even to the most extreme sort of circumstances. People take it, and we'll use Foodie as an example. We know Foodie's a diabetic, even though she's in denial and she claims that she cured herself. Her blood sugars have been running perpetually high for years. If something were to happen and her blood sugars actually through medication and intervention or whatever, if her blood sugars actually were through medication brought down to a normal range, do you know that she would feel like shit? She would feel like hell because your body takes the path of least resistance. You know, our bodies can be just as lazy as we are. It says, oh, okay, well, this is the normal, so I'm going to roll with it. And it acclimates to what you're doing to it, believe it or not. And it's the same way with her and the sodium. If she did not eat a buttload of sodium every day, she would probably feel really, really bad, truth be told. No joke, right? Pretty distinct possibility. Because number one, she wasn't putting anything in that she was accustomed to. That's why she always eats stuff that's laden with salt or preservatives, because that's what she craves. Okay, number one. Number two, with her water fast situation, think about what's happening there. She is flushing salt out. And if your body has developed a salt water balance at a certain area of range that it's used to, and you throw that off, your body is going to rebel about you. Yep, similar to that. Absolutely, Heather. Smart cookie. Can tell she's been spending a lot of time around me. Girl, I'm just sharing the info that I've got. I don't know if I would call it a masterclass. Realistically, truth be known, I'll tell you what would happen. If I had her still, if my mom were still alive, I would be having whole discussions with my mom on camera about this lady. Because I'm going to tell you, she would lay it all the way out there. She would be able to do a whole case study on Foodie based on what she sees of her. I'm not quite as good as that, but you know, I'm capable of making observations. Hi, baby girl. Hi, my angel. I'm going to say hi to Auntie Heather. Say hi, Aunt Heather. I know, you're a good girl. What are you doing? I see you, and I love you too. You're a good girl. Yeah, I know. I know. Yeah, I love you too. Yep. She absolutely is. Weird question. Do you think she needs to be in the hospital to lose weight safely? I would say yes. I think her and Amber are both in that situation when they're completely incapable of regulating any sort of dietary intake for themselves. They would literally have to relinquish control in every way. And she's a very sweet girl. She's a very sweet girl. She's a lovey-dovey girl. She's actually over here licking me. That was priceless, by the way. You're right. Mom was just like, what? She's over here prettying herself. She likes to keep me company when I'm in here. I think she's worried I'm going to climb out the window or something. But I love her. She's a sweet girl. Thank you for the kisses. What are you doing? What you doing? You going to lay down? Yeah, say yeah, I'm going to lay down. She's a baby girl. Yeah, I know. I still can't get over that conversation, talking about splinting a penis. And do you remember she actually started trying to explain to us how you actually fix it? Because she was like, no, you don't splint it. That to me was awesome. No. I mean, I've only been on a plane like a handful of times. And I'll be truthful with you, 9 times out of 10, more than likely, I would never have to intervene because realistically, there's always somebody that is willing to jump up and run up there. Now, usually whenever I've encountered people having medical emergencies, it's usually people out and about just doing like regular day-to-day lives, like type of stuff. The last time that I had to intervene is that there was a gentleman that had a heart attack in the grocery store, and he went down in the aisle, and did CPR on him until EMS got there. There are moments where shit happens, and I was glad that I was there and I was able to help him, but thankfully hadn't had anybody on a plane yet. But you never know, that may change. I've got places I want to go and things I want to see and do. So maybe later. Maybe that'll be a story time for y'all. Who knows? Exactly. 100%. And that's the thing, though. She's very much an addict. And, that's the problem with, situations like that. In order for her to actually get any sort of relief and to make any sort of effort at a recovery, her or Amber, they're going to have to acknowledge that they have no control over anything, including themselves. You know what I'm saying? And they're going to have to relinquish control to somebody else, because they're ill-equipped to manage anything on their own. I mean, if you look at Foodie very much exhibits the addict tendencies because she has no control over her own emotions. You know what I'm saying? She has no control over her drug of choice, which is food. She has no control over her life because she does, realistically, she doesn't go anywhere. She doesn't do anything. She lets Sala make decisions about when and where and how, so she is the addict impersonification. Well, I mean, realistically, you are going to probably have the prospect of her dealing with some sort of breathing problem, a little bit at the very least in the beginning, because there are changes in the pressure when you go into higher altitudes. Higher altitudes will result in a little bit more of a exertion for even average people. So for her, it may be more prominent. With you guys at this point, I'm saying that as a maybe. I mean, honestly, let's be realistic here. If she bought 2 seats, I don't think they would turn her away. Well, I don't know if I say that 100%, because most of her weight is carried to the front and not to the sides. I mean, she is wide, but she is more frontally prominent than width-wise. No, I don't think so. And I think that's part of like the last time she flew. Remember, they said that the plane was what do you call it? Postponed by like 45 minutes. I can almost guarantee that it's because she bought 1 seat and then they had to shuffle people around to give her a second seat. Exactly. But, she doesn't see anything wrong with what she's doing. There hasn't been enough of there hasn't been a coming to Jesus, as it were. There has not been a light bulb moment for her. There hasn't been enough pain or enough fear or enough loss. That's generally the way that it goes with people that are wired like me and her in that respect as addicts. The next thing that you lose has to be more important to you, or you have to be in enough pain that you don't want to feel that way anymore. And she hasn't gotten to either point yet, which is sad, because realistically, there's a distinct chance that Foodie may end up being one of those ones that she may never actually get to that point. She may actually end up dying before she gets to that point. Her bottom may literally be a casket. And I don't wish that on anybody, including her, even though she's an asshole. She absolutely is. And I think even though she has that master level denial about it, talking about how pretty she is and she doesn't care if she's 800 pounds. I know, as somebody who has gained weight, it is the shittiest feeling to have to go and buy bigger clothes. So for her to get to the point where she's having to go to buy maternity clothes so that they'll fit, you know that had to make her feel some kind of way. But in her mind, like I said, that BPD tendency that she presents, she is finding a way to justify it. Her mind, those voices, that committee meeting in her head, as it were, is having a whole discussion amongst themselves, trying to say, oh, well, this is not that big of a deal. You know, it might be a maternity shirt, but it's cut in such a way that it would be a plus size shirt. You would be amazed what addicts can talk themselves into, you know. Backing up to this, Heather, the bad thing is that she absolutely despises therapy. I think she's tried it one time. And you know, most traumas that develop into the issues that we deal with as adults stems from childhood. And she absolutely says, I don't even understand why I need to talk about my childhood. My childhood was fine. But we've listened to her talk about her childhood. Her mother abandoned her. Okay. Her mother got impregnated by a man she was trying to trap. Okay. Because as a 16-year-old, she loved him. He had a drinking problem. He abandoned them both and has not had contact with her since then. She has siblings with this other parent that she has never met. So you have abandonment. You have no father figure, okay, in predominant upbringing years. So you can't tell me that she doesn't have some kind of long-standing baggage, but she declares her childhood was fine. Mama at 16 years old has a baby. And of course, you know what happens in our teens and our 20s? We want to go out and have a good time. So mama ditches Chantal with grandma. Okay. Grandma, girl, trust and believe, we all know. Grandma has clinical depression. Okay. So what does grandma do? Grandma gives her everything she asked for. Grandma gives her food and sits her down in front of the TV because grandma's dealing with her own mental health problems. But again, Foodie in her head says, my childhood was great. I don't have any childhood problems. My childhood was fine. So, I mean, she's in denial even about that. So until she would, you know, it absolutely would do her a world of good. She won't go. She would not go. She will never go. But she will always utilize it as a get out of jail free card. But my mental health is so bad, y'all. It's kind of like ALR. ALR is the same way. My mentals. Heifer, your mentals don't change until you work on them. And writing in a journal ain't working on them. You got to learn coping mechanisms and actually do the work to get through it. Talking on the narcissistic front, there's a guy that I follow on YouTube that is his specialty. I may have to show y'all one of his videos. He is freaking amazing. He's adorable. I love the hell out of him. Yep, exactly. Actually, I think we're going to do this with this narcissistic thing. Now that Heather done brought it up. All right. And this is a perfect video. Do narcissists know they're evil? His name is Richard Brannon. I met Richard through another guy that I found on YouTube. And Richard is very insightful. He actually travels the world doing classes on recovering from CP, complex PTSD. His accent is beyond the most adorable thing I've ever heard too. So enjoy.
If there's one thing that's guaranteed to create a lot of controversy and trouble in the comment section online, it is the question of whether or not narcissists are self-aware. Many people have their opinions, they have their prejudices, they have their anecdotal evidence, but we know scientifically that broadly speaking, yes, people with narcissistic personality disorder are indeed self-aware. And we know this because of a new way of testing for narcissism that was developed at Ohio University in 2014. The single item narcissism scale has one question, which is, to what extent do you agree with this statement? I am a narcissist. Note, the word narcissist means egotistical, self-focused, and vain. And participants then rated themselves on a scale of 1, not very true of me, to 7, very true of me. And what they found was that just asking people this simple, single inventory narcissism scale question was almost as good, statistically speaking, as much longer, more complicated variations of exactly the same test. And what this shows is that narcissists indeed are very, very self-aware of what they're doing. Because if they were not, there wouldn't have been that statistical positive correlation between the single inventory narcissism score and the longer tests such as the MPI. And the correlation, the positive correlation between the two has been shown to be as high as 85%. This means that all of the information you're getting online that says narcissists don't really know what they're doing, they live in a world of delusion, dissociation, and confabulation, is yet more gaslighting. They actually know perfectly well what they are doing, and they know what they are. They believe that they are entitled to a special level of treatment. They believe that they are entitled to exploit others simply because they feel themselves to be superior to other people. And I think the core...
Oh, wait a minute. Let's back that up one more again. Tell me who that sounds like.
Out of them. In order to survive, they had to smother the more vulnerable, the more humane, the more compassionate emotions for themselves, let alone for other people. And having lost empathy for themselves, of course they lost empathy for others. These are very cold, very calculating individuals. So when you come to me or you come to other people and you say, I think I'm a narcissist, that's why you might hear me laugh. And I'm not showing you contempt. I've thought the same thing and I've wondered the same thing. I've stayed awake at night wondering, like, what if it is me that has the problem? It's not a question of contempt. It's a question of how absurd it is that somebody with narcissistic personality disorder would be conscientiously wringing their hands. Is it me? Am I doing this? Am I the bad guy in the scenario? No. If you're tortured by ideas of having wronged somebody else or behaved in an immoral fashion, it's pretty much impossible that you could have narcissistic personality disorder. The statistics, the science, it shows us, it is concluded, they know what they are. They know what they do. And yes, they even understand the pain that they cause other people. It's not nice to think about that. Like, if you're a nice person, if you're a conscientious person, you might even find it hurtful or #triggering to hear me say this to you in a YouTube video. But this is the situation that we face. Yes, they know what they're doing is manipulative. Yes, they know what they're doing hurts other people. And yes, they believe that they have the right to do this because, and this is what will help you the most, remember that this human being is so badly damaged that they're trapped in a delusional version of themselves and a delusional version of reality in which they have special qualities, special rights, special entitlements, and they are simply superior to you. And therefore, your needs, your requirements, your pain, your suffering is all downstream of everything that they perceive and everything that they feel about themselves.
So, real quick, I'm going to remove this real quick here. Oh, let's see. Let me find it. Okay, well, I couldn't find it. I was trying to look for the clip, but so what is probably the most well-known moment in relation to Chantal? Cuba, 2022. Chantal in that hotel room saying, "Oh, I'm gonna be sweet as pie tomorrow. You know it. I'm gonna manipulate the fuck out of you, and you're gonna eat it up, and you're gonna watch me." We all knew. Foodie could say all day long that as she want, which she does. I was drunk. I can't be held responsible for none of what I said, but we know, and I've said this before, even if she wants to use the alcohol as some sort of scapegoat, you will never find a person who will say things from a place of unbridled honesty than you will with somebody who has alcohol on board. Okay? Everything that Foodie had to say in the Cuba stream was not entirely the alcohol. Those were her thoughts. A drunk man's mouth speaks a sober man's thoughts. That is just how it is. So her freely sharing and teeing about the fact that she was going to manipulate her audience is 100% true, no matter how hard she tries to backpedal herself away from it. That is 100% true, Heather. And that's but you are speaking at that point as a place, from a place of being a rational adult, though. This one is not rational, okay? And never will be. Yes, they are. And she has a PhD in manipulation, this one does. She thinks that she can fool everybody, but she enjoys manipulating people. But there is an ever-growing outside audience who can see her clearly, and it pisses her off. That's why she hates the entire girl verse that responds to her. Yes. Mm-hmm. And actually, Heather, I know, I don't know if I've had many conversations with you about Mark, the guy that I dated. He was very gaslighty. And even after Mom passed away and he started talking to me again, I don't know if I told you about that. He reached out to me to tell me he was sorry about Mom and that he understood what I was going through. And we started talking again for a little bit. Do you know that he tried to tell me he didn't remember hardly any of what happened between me and him? I don't believe that. When I repeated verbatim things that he said to me, he said, "I don't remember saying that." He says, "But I believe that I said it." He says, "Because of how hurt your voice sounds right now." So as you can imagine, when he attempted to reestablish this sort of pattern with me, this, "I want you to stay on the phone with me while I just drive, even though we're not talking," that got shut down really quickly. And it did not take long for him to stop talking to me altogether. He's on my Facebook list, but we don't actively speak. I saw that about him after I had time and I was away from the trauma of it all to actually unpack it. That's why I see foodie and ALR so clearly, I think, too, because I've been there. I have been with people like this. I have been inside. I have been where Pete's is. I've been where Becky has been. It is a shitty fucking place to live. It's awful. And I can see them very, very clearly. That's why that doesn't work on me, and why the arguments that she uses will never work on me. She absolutely did. If you will think about somebody of Chantal's size, okay, even if, let's say, she said rum punches. Let's say she had 4 rum punches before she went back to the room. And then she drank this little Mickey bottle of rum. At her weight at that time frame, almost 400 pounds, I don't think that would have been enough for her to inebriate her to the point of blackout. I just don't. That's me making an assumption, but I just really don't. Somebody like me, okay, I'm 199 pounds. If I drank a Mickey bottle and 4 rum punches, I would probably be blacked out drunk and probably not remember a damn thing. And there's no telling what would happen. But either way, blackout or no blackout, you are still responsible for the words that come out of your mouth and the actions that take place while you are intoxicated. That is why the I don't remember this happening is not a valid legal argument for when people who are drunk and shit-faced, they beat people up. They drive into people with their cars and kill other people. That's why it is not a valid argument. Ever. Because you are still responsible for your actions, whether or not you are lucid and actively making the decision or not. Which for some reason is just over the head of foodie. I don't know why. Yes, she does. I think honestly and sincerely, she views it sort of as a game. And she honestly, that is the way she functions. She feels as though she is one up on everybody around her. That's why she brings up, like with Marty, when she keeps calling him fat. First of all, why are you trying to use that against Marty? First off, Marty is like 6'2". Even if dude's got some weight on him, he still ain't as big as you are, size-wise. So, it is what it is. And no doubt about it. Right. I mean, your body weight has to be factored into the amount of alcohol that you are intaking, simply because of just the way the human body is designed. Now, if me and Heather, or hell, not even Heather's not much bigger than me. Me and Foodie, okay, if me and Foodie sat down, which would never happen, and we went shot to shot, which would also never happen. But if you wanted to sit down and do a comparative, I would black out long before she would. Long before she would. That's just the way it is. That's just the way your body metabolizes alcohol. That's why they tell you it's better for you to eat before you drink, because it acts as a buffer. Your body weight, whether or not you've ate, whether or not you have any other comorbidity issues, whether you have anything going on, they're all multiple contributing factors to how your body metabolizes alcohol, and Foodie's weight for her is one, whether she likes it or not. Well, the projection thing, the most of what Foodie is really steeped in is like the most recent thing. Like I told you about her doxing everybody. Well, that'll be why you don't feel anything either, Her favorite thing to do is she does stuff, and then when it's done to her, she gets upset. She's not bothered when she's doing it to other people, obviously, because it doesn't affect her. But when she bears some retaliation for it, she downplays everything that she's done. Oh, well, take doxing somebody's mama. She doxed an elderly woman. Okay. She took the information off of the crackhead's video because he videoed. Now, it wasn't a smart move on his part to show that. He should have edited it, but he wasn't intelligent enough to do that, So there's that. But she took it and utilized it for her behalf. She could have just let it go and said, I'm not going to do that, but no. But because he videoed it, she blames her doxing this elderly woman on him. You feel me? And she did that. She did that during the drunk stream too. Girl, eat. Hey, you ain't got to be big to got to eat. Girl, I love the hell out of me some food. You know that. And it don't matter how small I get. I'm forever going to be a big girl on the inside. I'm just wearing a smaller suit. That's all. Let me see.
Mom, will you speak?
All right, we're going to do a quick palate cleanser. We're going to do Gizmo.
Mom, first.
You got to say it right.
What you gonna do?
I'm going to teach you that.
Bad word.
Yeah, you are a bad word.
What you gonna? Mom, will you speak?
All right. Oh, yeah, out, love. That's okay. We'll catch up again soon. Probably next week. Next week sometime. I got some stuff coming up. My dad's supposed to be coming over, so probably not till the middle of next week. But yeah, man, be on the lookout. It's always great to have you with me, Inspiration. You know I love talking to you. All righty. Now that we've done our little palate cleanser there. Now, other than Heather, who else? I see 5 people up in here. Who else is still here? What y'all want to talk about? Oops. Okay, well, hey, you made it back. That's what counts. I'm glad you got everything worked out, Lone. You missed all kind of fun conversation. We was having all kind of intellectual discussion about Foodie and her mental health problems. I introduced everybody. You'll have to go back and watch it. There's a guy that I follow on YouTube. His name is Richard Brannon. He actually specializes in narcissism and narcissistic personality problems. The video we watched is called Do Narcissists Know They're Evil? And I may use his stuff further a little later on to maybe include in a video about Amber, because, Amber likes to declare she's not a narcissist, but that she has narcissistic tendencies. But do you notice that, she doesn't seem bothered by the fact that she has narcissistic tendencies, so yeah. Tell him to calm down. Oh, you did? Okay. Well, you'll figure it out. I love me some of him. Love me some of him. Hang on. Him and the other guy, Pierre, They actually have done videos together, and they're like, oh, all the lives are gone. Okay, well, there used to be a whole stream of live streams, but like there are some videos with Pierre and Richard, and they are actually really, really good. And I may actually end up doing, including some of that in it too, because there are whole moments where they have me just purely tickled. No, they don't. They both find justification in what they're doing. And we had a whole conversation too about the fact that they're not going to see any relief or ever change unless they actively seek out to do the shadow work involved in fixing their underlying trauma and issues that are stemming from their childhood, but they won't ever do that. They would rather not unpack it and put it away. They would rather tote it around on their back and be able to pull it out as a get out of jail free card anytime they want to escape some sort of judgment. Well, that one right there actually might be a good one. Let's watch some of this one, because this one was a good one. The nasty truth behind human arrogance and why they say we are.
Over here, out on the flip ship, outside of our human avatars, we only have one consciousness. But why is it every fucking time I go back to being a human, everyone thinks, narcissistic fuck boy, you're so full of yourself, you're arrogant. Why do you think you're better than everybody? Yeah, dude, I didn't say anything about how I'm better than you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. This is
I don't do dogs.
In psychoanalytic theory, they call that projective identification. So what's happening is they look at you, and then they start to internalize you, and they start responding to their internalized view of who you are, and they're projecting attributes onto you that you don't have. But I found a good way of approaching that was from a sort of a detached compassion, because if human consciousness has this machine-like quality, it works like a computer. That's why they created computers, to reflect their own minds, to work as slaves.
Do you notice that Richard said that, there is a thing of projecting things onto you? What do we see a lot of foodie do? She calls people ugly. She calls people miserable. She calls people unloved. She calls people all these things. That would simply be Chantal projecting, because ideally, a happy person does not do the things that she does. Happy people don't lash out at others.
Is if the computer takes the stimuli and then processes what the stimuli mean and then forms incorrect conclusions, of course, but you can still appreciate the stimuli they're getting from the way the stimuli you offer them. So I would get upset about that. I'd be like, why am I getting this response from people? Why do they assume I'm mean or threatening or whatever? And they'd be like, well, how did they see you? When I used to walk around with a shaved head at 100 kilos, my flesh vehicle was way too big. And I was like, well, yeah, you kind of give the stimuli for a threatening dude. They don't know you're sitting around reading poetry and talking about Zen Buddhism.
But it's like, is it my responsibility as a fragmented consciousness outside of human reality to deal with humans' subjective understanding and projections? Am I the one that's has to be like, I gotta live up to your illusion, your collective illusion that y'all are thinking on your own?
Yeah.
Do I have to be the one to determine what they're gonna think?
No, you don't. And that's one of the really tough things down there. And it's we should come up with a term for this. It's like flesh vehicle sickness or flesh vehicle delusion. So many things come back to the fact that you're trapped inside of this flesh vehicle for a short space of time.
The flesh theater?
The flesh theater. You're stuck there. You can't escape the flesh theater. And so, no, it's not your responsibility. And this is where we have to draw boundaries where there are none. There are no boundaries. You could respond to it in a multitude of ways, probably like an infinite number of nuanced different ways you could respond to it. But one of them is to draw that boundary and say, okay, that's your perception. This is who I actually am. I appreciate that in this discretionary gap between your human perception and who I actually am, some shit may fly in there. There may be good stuff. People might attribute like good traits to you that you don't have as well. Saintly sort of spiritually aware trait that you don't have either. Bad and good. But it's all projection because they don't have that data. The problem is when they believe in their projection as though it is data.
But that's how they understand the world.
Unfortunately, it's necessary. So projection of data that you don't have, hallucination, and prejudice, which means prejudgment, is necessary to function. There are so many temptations for humanity to fall into because of this flesh vehicle sickness, this flesh theatre. So they have to prejudge you. How else do we function in the world? You can't even drive one of their shitty vehicles without prejudgment. You make an assessment of what the traffic most likely will do based on your past experiences, and you make that assessment unconsciously through rapidly occurring visual stimuli whilst you listen to your music and vape out the window and chat to your girlfriend or whatever you're doing.
You learned a lot in that flesh suit down there, didn't you?
I had a lot of time to think. I did not do well down there.
You didn't do well.
No, I did not. I had a bad time.
Does anybody really do well? I mean, imagine you have the entire species. Oh, they have this thing, if I say entire, they'd be like, but not everyone. So I kind of have to be like, okay, some of the species, but not all of them. The ones that are outside of it are a part of it, but not really, but just in the middle of it, but not really all of them, but somewhat all of them.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I get really furious
You
too.
end up having to constantly pre-qualify every statement by saying,
Yes.
But not everyone. This is because when you make a statement about the entire species, they're actually experiencing it, again, through projection. This is about me. This is about me. And you go, no, I'm speaking about the species. Don't be so sensitive.
Okay, well, let's just talk about them. Him, her. Okay, Zer. So that human, for example, if they're living through an entire collective delusion.
Who you talking about? Him? Talking about Pierre? Pierre's just an unusual guy. He's very flamboyant in how he dresses. He's very, he's a straight guy, but he dresses very elaborately. I mean, there's even in the streams that he does, like live streaming, even in live streams, his clothes are always just kind of out there. Like he's walking around in like pink fuzzy slippers and speed racer shorts and like a checkered shirt. I mean, he has a lot of his style kind of is rooted in 80s fashion. Oh no, are you talking about Richard?
Hallucination.
I don't know.
Just viewing everything.
Richard is just your average sort of dude. I mean, when he dresses up, and I've seen photos of him where he's actually wearing suit, like suit clothes. I mean, and he actually is not a bad looking man when he dresses up. I think in this one, the two of them, they don't really hang out anymore. But there was a time frame over a couple of years there where they did sit down talks like this pretty regularly. And his hands are kind of small.
At each other.
And he works out a lot. So, I mean, he's very broad through right here, and he's got big arms and big forearms, and, but his hands are just kind of on the small side.
Through hallucinatory interpretations, which doesn't necessarily have a concrete weight, how well could that actually end up to everyone? If everyone just has their own really specific opinion about the same thing, then they all gonna kill each other.
Based on the frame that you just offered, which I think is an accurate frame, it's amazing that they don't do worse. They're actually doing really well.
That is strange, huh?
Yeah, so that's a good sign. That should go in the report as something that's in favor of humanity. Based on what you just said, which is everybody's locked into their own delusional, hallucinatory framework.
Well, the other thing too about him is I don't think he's very tall. I think he's only like 5'7", or right around in that area. He's not like a really tall guy. If you get the two of them stood up, Pierre is 6'2". He's like tall, really lean, and then you get him and he's built more wide. He's framed kind of wide, but he's on the short end. So, I mean, his fingers being really long, I see what you're talking about. They're very long and very delicate in comparison to the rest of his upper body. And like I said, I think that's got more to do with, he's probably built to be more thin, but because of the weightlifting and everything, he's kind of bulked himself up. So it makes his hands look a little unusual. Completely off topic, but
and there can be a level of emotional attachment and insistence on it. They're doing pretty well to kill each other as little as they do. That's called being damned with faint praise. You're doing so well to kill each other as little as you do.
Okay, that's just part of that one, but yeah, they've got a couple on there. There used to be a ton of them, and Pierre runs the channel, but he's actually cut it down quite a bit. There used to be several hundreds worth of videos, but the two of them kind of had a little bit of a falling out, which they won't talk about. So it must not be good. But what's still up there though is actually still the stuff from like the very beginning of the channel. I really wish they were still talking to each other because they did a lot of really insightful videos together. No, I know. And I know. And I think I like them both individually for their own reasons. And I think they're both very attractive guys. But more of what I'm in it for in relation to the two of them is like where their conversations go. Cause I love like really off the wall, in-depth sort of conversations. And those two kind of went all over the place. Like they had a whole conversation one day on live stream about, humans and porn addiction and what kind of damage that it does. And some of it was hysterical. Right, exactly. And that's what I said. Because, a lot of people, when they work online with others, they have a tendency when they fall out that they throw everything out for everybody to see. And I mean, Heather, I know you're not around like in the girl world thing very much, but that happens a lot in this realm. People get in with people, they do videos together, they do live streams together, and then they have a falling out over something small that could simply be talked about and sorted through. But instead, what ends up happening is one makes a video about the other, and then they start releasing everything that they have on each other. It is absolutely wild to me. And that's part of why I'm very particular about who I'm willing to pair up with. Thus far, there's a guy on here. His name is Hannibal. I've done one live stream with Hannibal, and I would enjoy doing another one with him because we talked about all kinds of stuff. We talked about girl world stuff, non-girl world stuff, and had a good time. And, I mean, I personally, I don't care enough about any of these people on here to get that invested that I feel like I need to attack them for anything. I mean, at the end of the day, when we sign out and we turn the computer off or we turn the phone off or whatever, I mean, these people do not have such an imposing existence in your world, in your day-to-day life, that you should be devoting that kind of energy. And I don't really understand why they allow themselves to be drawn into that so much. So yeah, big respect on Richard and Pierre because they handled that, all of it offline. They don't talk about each other. They have simply said that, that they're just kind of not hanging out anymore. And that's just kind of how they've left it. That's a sign of maturity when you can separate ways and not have the need to blast somebody and try to damage them as you're going out the door, which, I guess in the same vein would technically be applicable to the main characters of Girl World, like our Foodies and our Ambers, because they have a tendency to do that too. They out anybody who disagrees with them or anybody who opts to move on with their life. They out their personal details. They shame them for various things. Why would you do that to somebody when, not everybody is meant to walk the path with you for the duration. I mean, they may be meant to be with you for a short time frame only until they've grown or you've grown, where your paths have to diverge at that point. And these two, Amber and Foodie, they are firm believers that once you are there, you should be forever accessible to them, no matter what they've done to you, or vice versa. So it's beyond wild to me. I love grown folks that handle grown folk business like grown folks. That's just me. Yeah. See, I knew you'd know. You done been around here alone. You are probably even more steeped in the girl world foolishness than me. That's another reason too that like I have disconnected myself from like people like Just Breezin', because before the whole Jessica Messica and Just Breezin' situation, before that really kicked off, yeah, see, I knew you had to been. You know a lot of what's going on up in here. I mean, I watched Breezin' some. There's something about her voice that does not quite rub me the right way. So, you know, it would be like a little bit here or there depending upon what the topic was. But once the whole thing with Jessica and Breezy kicked off, and I started seeing the behaviors that I talked about in relation to Breezy's her behavior in sobriety, and the fact that she is kind of making Jessica's early sobriety a little bit more difficult to acclimate to, because, you know, you got to have grace with people who are brand new in this. She kind of turned me off to her in that situation, because, I mean, why would you do that to somebody when you know how hard it is to be sober in the beginning, or how hard it is to be coming through the other side of using? It's incredibly hard physically, mentally, emotionally, financially, all of it. It is very, very difficult. You are kind of in a storm looking for a life raft for a little bit, and throwing somebody a brick in an attempt to try to sink them when you know that they're struggling to stay afloat is not a good look. Let's just say it like that. Yeah, it is. It absolutely is. And I think that's part of the reason why I'm so kind of like, all this girl world foolishness is like, shit, I done been through worse. This ain't nearly as bad as some of the shit I've done been through. Right. I mean, I agree. You know, and I can speak to this. I mean, I've been sober a while, you know, and I'm not struggling in that regard anymore. Thank goodness. I mean, I've established enough of a solid foundation in my program that I don't have to worry about that. But as a brand new creator, trying to figure things out and trying to figure out who I'm drawing to me and why I'm drawing them in and stuff like that. It is a little bit of an uphill battle here, you know, and, you know, realistically, why would you try to make that situation harder for somebody if you're already established? If you're at that point where you really don't have to work because you make enough money off of YouTube that you don't have to actually work a normal job, as it were, why would you go out of your way to make that difficult for somebody else? I mean, that's really not fair to anybody. You know, and maybe that's that I have that perception because I just don't really do well with bullies as a generality. And that to me feels like bullying behavior, you know. Maybe that's why me and you are coexisting the way we are alone, because we do actually have a lot of stuff that we seem to agree on thus far. And, you know, and there will be something eventually, I mean, sure, that we probably don't agree on, but that's just the way it goes when you have, you know, various personality types and different types of experience that come into play when you're trying to relate to each other. But that doesn't mean that you should use those differences against each other. You know, that's the way I've always seen it. And that's part of the reason why I don't really talk about politics with people, because, you know, despite having a difference of opinion in relation to politics and big things, it's not the big things that really make us so relatable to each other. It's the little things. It's the small things. You know, it doesn't matter who you walk up to. If you ask them, you know, do you want to be happy? Do you want somebody to love? And do you love your family? Guaranteed, most people are going to say yes to all three of those. And some will say yes to maybe to two at the minimum. You know, so why are we focusing so hard on the bigger things when the smaller things are really what means more in the long run? And I mean, I hate to take it. Let's see. See, and I've noticed that. And I actually did a whole sit down conversation about that at one point. I mean, from the perspective, number one, these people are not your friends. You know, I mean, Lone, I like you. Me and you have good conversations when we're here, like you, or we're in other chats and stuff. But we don't know each other. I mean, if you walked right by me on the street right now, I wouldn't have no idea who you are. You know, so I don't expect you or anybody else to form this. I don't expect you to have my back simply because, you know, you are not an active participant in my day-to-day life. Now, Heather, on the other hand, this one, if me and her had a problem or I had a problem and she didn't have my back, that would be an entirely different story. She is a part of my day-to-day life. That's my homegirl. That's my sister, you know? So, I mean, if it were that sort of situation, then absolutely, yes, there would be a problem. But this whole forming of alliances and stuff, I don't get that. This is not Middle Earth. This is not Game of Thrones. I don't understand like the different audiences going back and forth at each other either. These are people that you are watching solely for entertainment value. You are not Captain Save-A-Ho. Stop trying to fight somebody else's battle. Okay? The fact is, me, I like just about everybody in the girl world sphere that does reactions. You know what I'm saying? Oh, no. No, I knew what you meant. No, I didn't think you meant it bad. You know, it just kind of got me into my groove there. Sorry, it wasn't that. No, I didn't take that the wrong way in the slightest, but you know, ideally, oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, you better get some sleep, because then people gonna be up there pounding on your desk wanting to know. They're gonna be screaming, "This is my money and I want it now." I love you. Get some rest. I'll talk to you soon, Heather. I appreciate that. I mean, I'm realistically, God's honest truth alone. I mean, I don't really have anything to hide. You know, I mean, I'm very open and honest about things. I mean, I don't really have any shame about the things that I've done wrong, because I've learned from them. I've grown from them. I've changed as a person since I made those mistakes. And I'm a firm believer that, you know, that's the way it should be. There's no reason to actually try to present yourself as something other than it is, because people will actually be able to tell if you're faking it. And that's the thing. There's nothing good about it. I mean, that's part of the reason too that I think Foodie gets such a negative response, is she tries so hard to fake being somebody she's not. and presenting herself as someone she's not. And people have a visceral, disdainful reaction to it because we know it's false. If she were just on here and she were just a butthole all the time, we would be like, oh, that's just her, but she tries so hard to put on this Mother Teresa, I've converted foolishness. I mean, I don't have any kind of issue talking about anything with anybody, whether it's girl world or non-girl world related, but I'm not here for the drama. I'm here to give my thoughts. That's really all I'm here for. That's kind of like, take Hannibal as an example. Hannibal talked to me on live about Bali, and I gave an honest and well thought out opinion on Bali. I don't know Bali. I've never interacted with Bali. I am simply acting off of what has been seen and what information he shared with me at the time. I'm making an assessment of the situation. And I actually said, she's probably going to hate me then. I said, because I don't do sugarcoating. I'm one of them people that I said what I said. If you don't like it, that's a you problem and not a me problem. And he just kind of laughed and said, well, if I'm on here as a generality, you're probably going to be on her radar anyway. But even with that, I'm not going to participate in the reindeer games that are going on. That's just not going to be my thing. And Lona, if you ever want it, honey, I can always be a refuge in the storm for you in that regard, because I'm not going to participate in that. I'm just not, and you don't either, which I've noticed. And that's great. That's an amazing thing. Mm-hmm. She absolutely does. Amber too. I'm such a caring person. I'm such a giving person. I'm an empath. The behavior does not match the words. Well, I mean, I'm sure when that happened, you were probably coming at it from the right. You were coming at it from the right place. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure most of it is not intentional. It isn't. You don't seem like the type to go seeking out drama and stuff to get into. But, sometimes it just happens. You get kind of drawn in and you don't realize it until you're in it, So I feel that. Yeah. No, they're absolutely not. Sorry. I was catching a glimpse of myself here. Well, I'm glad. I'm really glad. Like I've said before, realistically, this channel is to help me, it's to help me talk about the things that are going on and to express my thoughts and to talk about stuff that's going on that I'm seeing and kind of give people information on stuff that they may not know in relation to the things that they're seeing in girl world. And, I think I've said it before. If anything that I do helps anybody, and that's you included, then I am 100% for it, because that's the way it should be. We're already dealing with two of the most toxic people on the platform. The last thing we should be doing is slinging stones at each other. We should be actually helping each other. You know what I'm saying? There should be actual support going on rather than conditionary type of situations like we see. Because I'm the type of person that if I help you, it's because I want to help you. It's not because I want something from you. Yep. How can helping you benefit me? And that's really not a great way to go about living your life, because then you're always perpetually worried about, whether or not that's going to be asked of you at some point, because people are always doing stuff for others, whether it's intentional or not, and realistically, the way that I've always been taught is that if you give to somebody, whether it be help, money, whatever, you do that with no intention of ever receiving it in return, because 9 times out of 10 you won't. Maybe so. I mean, that's true. I mean, we saw that with the Skinny and BBW and Farida deal. I mean, no offense, and I actually did a short about the whole BBW Skinny thing. Even if somebody sends you a link and says, hey, I'd like for you to come on, you don't have to go on there. Nobody is holding a gun to your head to make you do anything, And I don't understand that thought process that they were holding with Skinny. I mean, if you want to accumulate money, then ask her, say, I'll come on your channel, but the next live, I would like to be on my channel. You can work that out with somebody if it comes down to it. If you need the money, then work it out. But don't freely go on there and then turn around and say, you owe me money because I did you a favor. And I mean, maybe I'm just coming at it from a different place because, I have a job offline, a good job. I don't have to worry about money, and I've said it before, my channel may never be monetized. I may never get enough people to ever even have to worry about that. I may never pull enough views or people here, no matter how many people shout me out or how many people use my videos, it may never matter, but that's not what my focus is anyway. So, I mean, I don't know. Right. Well, I mean, I'm of the mindset that, like, how they've got that whole change deal where, let me look at this thing. What's that? It's not where you get monetized, but where you're able to do memberships and able to sell merch and stuff like that, where it's the shorter qualification. You know what I'm talking about? Where you don't get YouTube money, but you can get money directly from people. I think realistically, if I ever even got to that point, I wouldn't do memberships unless, enough people accumulated asking for that. But yeah, it's like 500. But I don't think I would even really do memberships because, I mean, it isn't like I'm doing anything really on here. I mean, now if a bunch of people come and said, hey, I'd like to do I'd like memberships so that you can do like a little mama icon or whatever. I mean, I would do that to give them the option if they wanted it. But I would not center whole streams around that, But realistically, if I got to that stage, the only thing that I would do is I would probably make some t-shirts and stuff and let people, if they wanted to go buy a shirt or whatever, or a little mama magnet for their fridge or something, they would have that. But, I'm not worried about that. I'm not worried about making the money. I mean, but if people like me, or if they like Little Mama, or if they like something that I've said before and they want a shirt with it on there, you know what I'm saying? That would be an entirely different beast, if I can give them like a shirt or a magnet or whatever, and it's something that makes them smile and it's something that makes them happy and they would like to have one, then I would absolutely give them the option. But, I'm not going to be like worried about it. Not really. Right. See, that's what I'm talking about. I would not lead into, oh, I've got 500 people. Let's do memberships. No. It would be like, hey guys, I've met 500 people. Now, if you want a little mama magnet, I've got a store with a little mama magnet. If you want a little mama to cast judgment on you while you open the fridge, that kind of thing, because a lot of people are on here that have said, they're like, oh, she's so pretty. Oh my God, I love her. She's so cute. And who doesn't love a kitty cat, so that sort of thing. If anybody wanted a little magnet, a little mama's little face, I mean, that would be totally fine with me. And nobody would have, nobody would probably have anything to say about that. But, I'm not gonna, I wouldn't be like headlong into memberships and, as a member, you get to do this and do that and do this and do that. I'm not worried about that right now. If I just get people here, I mean, if you'll look at it right now alone, it's just you and one other person listening. And all total, I think I've had 5 in here at the most. And most videos that I've put out recently, I'm doing good if I break 30 views. And that's even the ones that talk about Foodie and Amber. So, I mean, I'm just kind of like, okay, I'm just kind of skirting the edge. People are barely paying attention. Maybe once I start uploading more stuff about me, because I've actually had people say that they like the stuff about me better than they like the girl world stuff. Maybe that's my problem. Right. And that's exactly the whole point. I'm doing it just to have something to focus my attention to, and just to have something to do with myself. Wait a minute. Let me see. Like, see, like the last one, like over the last couple of weeks, I think the highest view count I've had was 66. And that was the video about Foodie Beauty's Beezer spray. The shorts obviously get more views because they travel a lot easier. But I don't know. I'm still just kind of figuring things out, I mean, I'm not looking to be some girl world icon. I done said already many times over, I'll never be a Yaba or a Charlie or an FFG. I won't ever even get close because I really don't do the drama stuff like that. Well, yours are really, I think yours are you're kind of more in a niche, because you're doing like documentary style sort of stuff. Right now, my shit's kind of all over the place. I mean, like, I don't have any one particular thing. And maybe that's part of the problem is I haven't figured out what my niche is supposed to be. But I do know that I rephrase, I do know. I say, and I've had people leave comments and stuff. They're like, that's so cool. But I mean, I don't really think that my life is really all that interesting. And that's part of why I try not to bore people with like the day-to-day crap. You know what I mean? Yeah, I think that's because they've gotten so used to just seeing the girl world content that when you do kind of turn off track, they're kind of like, what the hell is that? You know what I'm saying? And I think maybe that's why. I mean, I don't know. But like I know earlier, like trying to keep in mind stuff that people would want to see, like, well, you should absolutely do it if that's something that interests you, then absolutely do it. I mean, I actually had somebody tell me that, if you're doing something that you enjoy, then more than likely other people are going to enjoy it too. It may not specifically be who you're targeting it at, but people will find you one way or the other. My main thing, I think too, is like on, I'm kind of, like I said, I'm really kind of in like a weird little gap where I'm not entirely sure what I'm doing at this point. I'm not a lifestyle blogger, but I do go out and do things. Inspiration was saying when I told Heather that I was going to come see her mom, because apparently her mom is amazing at baking cakes. And I told her I needed her to teach me how to make one of my grandmother's cakes because it's complicated, So, I mean, Inspiration was like, "Oh, you're going to have to video it. I would love to see how that happens, how that plays out, see it all come together." And I mean, I would absolutely have no problem doing that because, I know that I'm going to probably be having fun because me and Heather's mom, we always have a good time when me and her talk and everything. So maybe, I don't know. We'll have to see. I'm just going to have to figure it out. Oh, bless your heart for thinking so. I've said before, I think my life is actually pretty quiet. I don't do anything really outlandish. It's not like it isn't like I'm coming on here going, I've decided I want to run a 5K and you're going to go on a mission with me to build up my stamina to run a 5K and then actually go run the 5K. I don't have very lofty goals. Not really, but I'm mainly just kind of at this point where I'm just like, I want to I'm still working to pay my bills, for the most part. And well, that's true. But a lot of it realistically may actually end up being speculative because if you'll think about this, like there was some videos about how some of these bigger mukbangers that they fake their videos. You know what I'm saying? Or like they do things like they eat this massive amount of food and then they binge it afterward to relieve themselves of the calories so that they don't get sick. And I mean, it opens a lot of doors in relation to the mental health side of it because, binging and purging, even just in selective application is not good. I mean, I suppose I could. I'll have to do some research. Well, yeah, there was a girl that actually, there was two videos that I saw where one girl talked about the fact that they jump cut things, that they line the cuts up so that they put the food in their mouth and then the jump cut gets put in such a way to make it seamless. But after they've put the food in their mouth and they've chewed it, then they actually turn and spit it into a bucket. And then there was somebody who came on Reddit that you got quoted from Reddit that that there are some of them that have actually ate everything that's on camera, and then they have turned around and purged it off screen once the filming was done. I mean, realistically, with that amount of food intake, it's not going to be healthy no matter how you slice it. It doesn't matter if somebody's 110 pounds or 450 pounds like Foodie, Well, she's not the only one, believe it or not. ALR has the exact same thought process. Like she said, oh, well, they get judgment and they eat more food than I do. It's not the fact that they are eating more food than you. It is not the fact that they're smaller than you. It's the fact that they don't have an eating disorder that they have been using to manipulate people. That's the problem with you. That's the problem with the situation. Now, I mean, a lot of these people who actually, there was another video that I saw where there was a girl that was a mukbanger that she actually said, I don't eat like this every day. I don't eat like this, she's like, I might do one meal a day on the days when I am not actually mukbanging, They stay in a caloric deficit except for when they're actually doing mukbangs, when they're eating multiple meals at once, Yes, they all do. And somebody who sits down, who does a mukbang, does not necessarily mean that they have binge eating disorders. I mean, you have people that are perfectly healthy. They maintain a healthy lifestyle. Their relationship with food is not distorted. So it is not the same thing. We was talking about you. Did you know that we was talking about you? Is that why you came back in here? Is that why you come back in? You heard your name? I see you. You're a sweet girl. You are. You're a sweet little lady. No, she absolutely can't. Her or ALR. I mean, I did a whole video on ALR who was trying to just, basically totally debunking her the whole, oh, I'm intermittent fasting. And oh, look, guys, I went 45 minutes past the end of my fast. First of all, there is no way in hell she went that long. There's no way she went 16 hours without eating. We know this. But add to it, she was trying to say that she was eating all these mixed vegetables and cottage cheese and that I'm eating so healthy, guys. Well, dude, why are you not gaining weight then? Your basal metabolic rate is at least 3,500 calories. So if you're eating a plate of vegetables, which is less than 100 calories, and that's with whole servings, not just 2 sticks of carrots and 2 pieces of cauliflower and whatever, it's not, where is the other, 3,000 calories coming from, So, I mean, I did all that. I literally factored it out and actually gave examples. Here's what 3,000 calories of food looks like. And it was like 3.5 20 count McDonald's nuggets. It was like, oh my God, like 2 pounds of hamburger meat. It was something like 102 servings of broccoli. It was, 14 Twinkies. I mean, different stuff like that. Saying, you can't tell me that you're eating as little as you are and not making up that difference. It's not humanly possible. If you're in a calorie deficit, then you're in a calorie deficit. Your body has to have a certain amount of calories to maintain normal human function. And for some reason, they seem to be in total denial of that. Like I said, I swear the two of them think that they're like from this, like an alien species from another planet, and that the basics of human anatomy don't apply to them. Yes, 100%. I mean, realistically, even at, let's say, okay, when I calculated Amber's basal metabolic rate, like I said, it put her at like 3567 or something like that on the total. That's her baseline metabolic rate as a sedentary person. She could still eat 2,800 or 3,000 calories and lose weight. I mean, it's entirely possible, but I don't even know. I don't even know where the thought process is, other than the fact that they are just very, very gluttonous at this point. And a lot of it stems from their mental health problems. Hi. I see her. She's so sweet. I love you. You love me? You love me? What are you doing? Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, honestly, honest to goodness, I mean, if you'll take a look at me as an example alone, I eat what I eat what I want, you know? I mean, hell, even though I know that sugar gives me palpitations, I still have stuff when I really want it. You know, even though I know that the carbohydrates really, really like me, I still eat bread. I still eat pasta. I just make healthier choices about the type of bread and pasta that I eat. That's all. You know, she is a very sweet girl. She's one of those cats that she adopted me, quite literally. She can be a bossy girl sometimes, though. I mean, it's not so much about, you know, what kind of food you eat. It's about how you eat and what you eat, you know. Um, I mean, I am by no means depriving myself, but here we are. I mean, since I started doing the intermittent fasting and everything in the beginning of February, I mean, hell, my total is like I'm down 46 pounds since I started all of this, you know, trying to kick the menopause. But, you know, I mean, if I can do that shit, then I know other people can. It's just a matter of, you know, how bad do you want it realistically? And they just don't want it. And that's fine. But if they don't want it, then they need to just say they don't want it. I mean, it's not rocket science. Just say, I am happy and content with eating myself to death. Well, I mean, God's honest truth. I didn't want to do it, but I needed to do it. You know, menopause kind of put a little slap some weight on my butt. And, you know, after having weight loss surgery years upon years ago, I kept all my weight off for like 20 plus years until menopause got a hold of me. So I had to do something, you know. I was not about to go back to where I was. I mean, I worked too hard to stay healthy, you know. No, I don't think they've made it readily apparent that they don't, but they're always perpetually putting on this facade of, oh, well, I'm going to get my health better. My health is not great. And I need to get my stamina back up. And I see you. You're such a goofy girl. And I'm going to lose weight, and I'm going to join Weight Watchers, and I'm going to do Jenny Craig, and I'm going to count I'm going to count calories and this and that. But they don't want to do it. I mean, just come out and say it. I'm fine and content with the fact that I am probably going to eat myself to death. I'm going to do what I want to do, and that's just it. Right. I think it's just, you know, a lot of it is the manipulation factor. They know that, especially Foodie loves to manipulate people. And to an extent, I think ALR does too. Oh, I think he does too. And that's part of why all of a sudden I've got a binge eating disorder when she didn't have any problem with that. Before he started that, oh, well, let's put you on a diet plan. Because I think even though she was eating those diet plan meals, I can almost guarantee you in between when he wasn't paying attention, she was eating whatever she could get her hands on in that house. And he was not happy about it. That's the way it comes across, you know? She's using me as a pillow. What are you doing, Mama? You look sleepy. You're looking sleepy. Oh, yeah. No, I get it. I get it. I mean, you're kind of in the same situation with that I had with ALR trying to use the fact that she hasn't had any alcohol in X amount of months as a win. I mean, and I had like a whole thing in part of a video where I was like, heifer, that is not a win. Stop trying to be something you're not. You're not an alcoholic. Stop it. Now you're trying to co-opt people's real problems instead of actually focusing on your own. Stop it. I ain't gonna tell you no lie. It irks the ever loving piss out of me that she did that, because she has no idea how hard it is to get to that point where you got 7 months, when all your brain is doing is screaming at you, I need a drink, I need a drink, I need a drink, you need a drink. Yeah, it was not just annoying, it was infuriating, because there are people out here that die from that every single day, and that never actively get the opportunity to sit it down because they are so physically and mentally dependent upon it that they can't. And she's a fucking earthling who's never had a problem with alcohol problems, and we're supposed to pat her on the ass because she hasn't drank in 7 months? Get the fuck out of here. It's just like, that girl better be glad I don't live nearby her. Because when she made those comments, I was like, bitch, let me get my keys. Because I would go over there and to her fucking face tell her that she's a shitty human being for doing that kind of shit. I mean, it wouldn't, if she actually had a problem, that would be one thing, you know? Or like, if she's like, look, I've noticed that I'm drinking more often than I used to. It's making me worried. So I'm going to stop because I'm worried that it might become a problem because of my family history of addiction. But that's not what this was. Not by any stretch of the imagination, you know? Lone, whereabouts are you at? What state are you in? If you're okay with telling me. Or are you overseas? 100%. West Coast. See, me and you on opposite ends. I was on East Coast. I was on the East End. I'm more of in Central now. So hell, it's still real early for you there. You're not one of them Cali folks, are you? Because if you do, Lord child, I feel for you. I've heard things are a hot mess over there. Truth be told, if you are going to do that, if you get the opportunity, I would say Florida's actually not a bad place to come. It just depends upon what part. You know what I'm saying? I hear, Lord, what's the name? Savannah's actually not bad. I saw a place called The Village. Is that in Florida? Hang on. Let me look it up because I'm not familiar. That's probably down south, I bet. All right, let me zoom out. Let me see where it is here. Oh, yeah, that's down there by Orlando. Well, I mean, I can tell you, like, if you like to see stuff and do stuff, yeah, it mostly looks like a suburb. But like, if you like somewhere that you want to like go and see and do things and, learn about stuff, I'll tell you, probably for me, I love like St. Augustine. St. Augustine is like the oldest city in the country, I think. I dare, let me. Yeah, St. Augustine. Okay. I wasn't talking out my rear end. It was established in 1565. It's got a lot of, like, there's forts there. There's all kind of museums, all kind of activities. They actually still have, like, you can still go to the Fountain of Youth there. I mean, like, all kind of cool stuff. I love going there, and like a lot of the architecture is really, really pretty. I think where you go in Florida is really going to depend on like what kind of activities you enjoy doing. Because like where I'm at here, they call it the Redneck Riviera. I mean, if you love to do like fishing and you love to go out on boats all day and you like water sports and stuff like that, this is your place, because it has waves, but it's not the same kind of waves that you would get on the other side of the state, like with Jacksonville and Daytona Beach and stuff like that. And to me, the beaches on this side are prettier because the sand is that sugary white sand. Whereas a lot of the sand, like when I went to Jacksonville, the sand over there is like a brown kind of sand. I think it just depends. Yeah, see, like really, really super, super pretty. I mean, they're like the whole downtown part, like the old town part of it. There's like a whole area down there that you can just literally walk to everything. There's like all kind of really good food and shops and, you know, museums of all types. There was actually a Thomas Kincaid, the painter. Hang on. Thomas Kincaid is actually a really pretty painter. He paints really. Thomas Kincaid. He does like really, really pretty stuff. And he actually has a store there where you can actually go in and look at them in person. I mean, like actual paintings that he's done himself that are for sale. He has such an amazing way with lighting. I mean, even in ones like if you look at this one or like that one, the lighting inside the windows actually looks like lighting. There's something about the way that he uses and manipulates the paint or something that it literally looks like it's lit up. But he actually has a gallery there that you can go in and look at all of those paintings like in person and stuff. It's actually really cool. But yeah, they absolutely are. They are so pretty. And I was in there actually looking at one that I wanted so bad. And at the time, I was still saving money for this house. So I was like, oh, I want this painting. Oh, I want this painting so bad. It was like $650. And it was like a little 11 by 7 painting. It was little. And I was like, oh, I want this painting so bad. But then I was just like, I can buy the painting or I can have a house to hang a painting in. Which one do I want more? So I was like, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm like, I'm going to walk out of here. I mean, God's honest truth. I mean, I already had a house, at the time. I don't know. I suppose I could find out, but I mean, at the time I already had a house. I mean, I paid off my first house when I was 24, and I worked like a crazy person to do that. But I had already decided that I wanted to move to where I'm at now. And the housing over here is a little bit more pricey because it's in a city. So I was like, okay, I got to get my priorities in check here. So, I was sitting there looking at that thing going, I really want that. But I had to have that adult moment where I'm like, do I want it just because I want it, or do I want it because I really need it right now? I've had to do a lot of that over the years. If I didn't, there's no telling what kind of financial state I would be in. No, truth be told, I would probably be like Foodie owing God knows how much money to the government. I mean, I don't have everything that I want, and it is absolutely so hard because there's so much stuff that I would love to have. But most of the time, if I think about it, I'm like, I think I just want it because I think it's cool, you know? But, you know, I have everything I need and then some, you know, so I can't be too terrible. I mean, realistically, in my mind, if I act on those sorts of thoughts, having something because it's cool, that's just me being ungrateful, I think. Mm. Whew. I'm trying so hard not to get hiccups. See, I used to do that too when I was younger. I would go out and spend money that I knew that I really didn't need to be spending. But, you know, I've kind of, once I got my priorities a little set, and I was just like, okay, I don't want to have to worry about this. I don't want to have to worry about that. I want to have my stuff. I want my stuff to be paid for. You know, I had to actually make a shift in my mindset to be able to say, okay, here's what I actually do want. I know that I want. And I actually had to lay it out for myself, you know, so that I could actively see it. Kind of like Miss ALR and her popsicle sticks. The only difference is that I actually followed through on it. Yeah, I just couldn't even with that. I still can't with that. The fact that she didn't do anything and she's still using the popsicle sticks. And wasted money to do it when she knew she wasn't actually going to do anything. That one is one of the most relevant examples on people mismanaging their money and buying shit they don't need. Oh yeah. Well, I've come to the thought process that so long as it involves consuming things, ALR is going to be all about it. Consuming food, consuming items. You know, I mean, she buys stuff to literally hoard it for a little while and then give it to Goodwill. I mean, why do that? Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, come on now. We already know the thought process behind that. That was her trying to basically, I think that was her trying to ensure that Destiny didn't go anywhere. You know what I'm saying? I think she already knew at that point that there was troubled waters around the boat there, and she was doing what she could to try to heave water back out of the boat again. And she did the exact same thing with Feline because, I mean, I don't care how much I love you. I'm not buying you $400 sneakers. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And I'll tell you the part that got me is the fact that Destiny tried to say, well, you know, she is a very giving person. You know, she's given us stuff without us asking for anything. Well, again, that goes back to that conversation about helping and giving things to people. If you give things to people with a motive behind it, then it doesn't matter how kind you take that to be. There's still nefarious intentions there. Yep. And she still does. I mean, she did it on the phone when she was on the phone with Destiny. I spent plenty of money on you. Let's talk about that. Destiny didn't point a gun at you. You chose to do that. You know? I mean, and I say this as somebody that I'm not so much now because, you know, it absolutely was. It absolutely was. See, I say that, I make that comment about about her and how she spends money with people because, you know, I am very extravagant in the way that I give gifts to people. You know, and it, I haven't done it recently, you know, since my mom passed, you know, Christmas has really not been a big thing for us anymore. But like for some years with my dad and my brother, like I would pick somebody. Like 1 year for my dad, I did James Bond. He got everything James Bond. James Bond pajamas. I bought him every James Bond Blu-ray. I bought him a James Bond action figure from like 1960 something. And then I actually found and bought a Sean Connery certified autographed photo. And I started doing that with my dad and my brother. That turned into a thing for a while where they would get, everything would be themed around whatever their item was. Because like sometimes I would find like a letter that they had wrote or just a random autograph that they'd given. But like I did that with, like that was one with him. Like my little brother, I did like George Romero. I don't even know if you know who that is. The godfather of zombie flicks. Daniel, I gave Daniel George Romero. It was the front page of a script that he had autographed, and he got like Night of the Living Dead and like a zombie cup and some zombie pajamas and stuff like that. And I did that for a while, you know, for a few years. And I did it because I knew that they would enjoy it. And like the stuff, like the framed autographs and stuff, I mean, that's something that they're going to hang up and they're going to keep and they're going to look at it and it's going to make them happy, you know? So I didn't mind doing that. And that part of it was very extravagant because, you know, certain people, those autographs are not cheap. But you know, that's fine. I mean, when the time comes that they're old and gray and then they, you know, they move on to the great wide upper room, maybe there will be somebody that they can give them to that will get joy out of them too, because that stuff like that doesn't ever lose value, you know? So I had that in mind when I paid for them, but you know, I'm only going to do that with my family, like my immediate family. I'm not going to do that sort of thing with somebody that I'm just dating. Well, I'm glad you think so. It actually, for me, was kind of fun to try to figure out, okay, who am I going to do this time around? Because I did this person that year. I did this person this year. And okay, who do I do this year? Like it started actually getting really difficult to figure out, you know, who to pick. You know what I'm saying? Like I did, I'm trying to think, like with my brother, I did, the guy that played Flash Gordon in the original Flash Gordon movie. I did Wes Craven. I did George Romero. God, I can't even think of all the ones that I've done with him. But with my dad, I did like Sean Connery. I did, was the guy that plays Captain Kirk. I did, Jesus. I did a few. I even did that maybe I think once or twice with my mom too. Like I got her like Tim McGraw autograph and then Tim McGraw stuff, like the movies that he's been in and stuff like that. And they would get a kick out of it because like I would be giving them like the smaller stuff to unwrap and then wait until the end to give them like the actual big item, you know, and they would be like looking at all this different stuff going, I wonder what this is. Girl, that right there would be right up your alley then. That would be right up your alley. And you could start with somebody like, trying to think. Let me see. What's that guy's name? Like you could do, like you could figure out, or you could do any of them because there's multiple guys who've played each of these characters. Like take the guy that plays Jason. Like there's a couple of different ones that have played Jason, but the most well known is a guy named Kane Hodder, and he's been in 4 different Jason movies. So you could do like Kane Hodder and then get like all Friday the 13th type of stuff. And because he's a horror fan, he's going to like it anyway. But then the last thing you give him is like a Kane Hodder, like signed photo, his ears are probably going to whistle for a second because he's not going to know what to do. But you could do the same thing with Michael Myers. You could do like the directors. You could do the guy that plays Freddy, Robert Englund. I mean, you could go buku crazy with this. I mean, you've got so many different horror flick deals that you could go through. Like take like It. You could do the original Pennywise, Tim Curry. Get him like a like a Tim Curry movie. Get him like a t-shirt with Tim Curry, not Tim Curry on it. A couple different things. You could go buku crazy. There's plenty of options. And add to it, since it's August, if I were you, I would start planning now. So that way you got everything all situated. You've already got it figured out. Yeah. Like I said, okay. It'll sound wild, but I really, really like, I don't really do it so much. We're not really doing it so much now, but I've always really enjoyed shopping for Christmas. I don't know why, Yeah, see, I do the same thing. Like I spoil my brother, my dad, my mom when she was still with us, and then I do like little stuff for friends. And usually like with friends and stuff, it's usually like personalized stuff for the most part, stuff that I know they're actually going to really, really love. Like, and then I'll give them like a little gift card with it, type of thing. But I want the stuff that I give to people to be stuff that I know they're actually going to enjoy and that they're not just going to use it for a little while and then pass it off. So, but I don't have kids either. This one, well, can't even see her. This one, whose ear I'm playing with, that's my youngin'. Well, I'm going to tell you, let me see. eBay. See, with Kane Hodder, just as an example, Kane Hodder is the guy that played Jason Voorhees. Okay. Okay. And you can go on like eBay, and there are different companies that deal in autographed photos, autographed Funko Pops, face masks, whatever he signed. Like, let me see. Like on here, like they've got Jason Voorhees face mask. They actually have the certificate of authenticity that comes with them. An 8x10 photo. A Funko Pop is 65 that's signed. All of this stuff has the certificate of authenticity. There's 2 machetes like the big long machete that Jason uses in one of, like there's 2 of those where he signed them. Let's see what else. A trading card, an autographed VHS copy of a movie. But yeah, there's all kind of different stuff. But if you go on eBay, find you one that actually comes with a certificate of authenticity, so you know that you're covered. And yeah, I mean, you could get, so long as you're not going after somebody humongously famous, you should be able to get by. Like if you deal with the guys that play the characters, that sort of deal, girl, you could hook your brother up and he would be like speechless. Speechless. You could run on for years doing that. Yeah, all you gotta do is a little bit of research, girl. You would be surprised at some of the stuff you can pull off. Hi. Hi. Yeah, I see her. You are so sweet. The sooner the better, because you know, ideally your whatever your autograph thing is going to be, that's going to be probably your priciest item of the bunch. And the earlier you order it, you know for sure that it's out of the way. And then from there, you can pick up all the little smaller stuff, like along and along and along. That way you don't feel like you're rushing at the very end. You know what I mean? Because like, let's be real, the shipping, like before Christmas, you know, that stuff, it slows down like a snail's pace there for a little while. Really? What was that? Are you tired? You tired? Is that what you're telling me? Hey, you're a sweet girl, aren't you? Yeah, I've noticed that. Here, girl, how about this? There is actually a distribution center that they put in like 2 hours away. And I was like, cool. That means that maybe it'll take a day, you know, or if I get my order in, like if I put my order in late at night, I'll get it the next morning. I'm like, that would be sweet. It did make not one bit of difference at all. Not one bit. Well, no, I mean, I took a nap this afternoon when I was feeling kind of poorly. And, I mean, I'm okay at the moment, but she's over here giving me the sleepy face because she likes to go to bed at a certain time. She's very regimented and she doesn't like to sleep unless I'm in the bed with her. See that then that defeats the purpose. If you're gonna do grocery service, if you're not gonna do it same day, then what's the point? Yeah, she's very codependent, but I still love her. I'm a little weird about my groceries anyway. I would rather really, I know everybody like absolutely loves like Walmart pickup and like Instacart and stuff like that, but I'm real particular. I think I prefer to actually go get my own groceries. Speaking of, that's one of the things I got to do tomorrow. I got to go get some lettuce. I've been wanting a salad for the last 2 days. Like a big salad. Oh, I see her. I see her. What am I going to do with you? What am I going to do with you? What am I going to do with her? I love you too. You're a sweet lady. Well, the part that I don't like, number one, is that, I want to be able to pick out my own stuff. And if like there's not specifically what I'm asking for, I don't want to have to sit here and have a whole conversation about it. If I'm standing there, okay, well, they don't have what I want. Well, okay, they got this, so I'll take this instead. Oh, yeah. And I go a little crazy with my salad. Okay, I do like a chef salad, but like when I say I go crazy, I mean I literally go crazy. Like I'll do my lettuce, tomato, I'll do some onion, I'll do ham and turkey, and then I'll do kidney beans. I'll dice up some baby corn. Trying to think of what else. Oh, 100%. 100%. No question. Or my meat. My meat's the same way. I don't, and now like on my salad, I'll throw like some mixed cheese, like some Fiesta blend cheese. And then like I've got like salad topper that's got like different kinds of nuts and seeds in it and stuff. And it's got like a little bit of and then I'll put maybe a little bit of bacon bits in it too. I have to be real careful when I'm putting it together. Otherwise, it'll be so big that I have to eat it in two rounds. But I love salads. Hi. You're a sweet girl. Yeah. Yeah. What are you doing? Look right here. Look up here. She's like, quit that and rub me. I can't think of what brand I've got. But it's like a savory blend. Like I know it's got like sunflower seeds in it. It's got some seasoning in it. I see you. I know they've got them at Walmart. I haven't seen them at like Winn-Dixie or anything like that in a while, but I'm sure you could probably get them local. I have to send you a picture of it or something so you can try it. And then I'm either a ranch dressing girl or like a honey mustard, but 9 times out of 10 it's just a ranch. Hi, I see you. It is actually really good. And, I add it in because, it gives it some extra texture. And then it's also, a lot of seeds in it and stuff. So extra protein, so yeah, I'm trying so hard. I have been trying so hard to be real mindful about making sure I get all my protein in. I see you. What am I going to do with you? Can you not whack me, please? Do we really need your butt right here? Thank you. Well, that ain't much better. Yeah, I'm just trying to be real mindful. I mean, realistically, at this point, I'm just trying to get the weight to drop off. My next thing is going to be like going back into doing weightlifting and stuff again because, before COVID hit, I was going to the gym like 3-4 times a week, and I had a pretty solid, muscle buildup and everything. And then, they closed off the gyms and all that stuff, and that just really hemmed me up. And then with everything that went on after that, I was just kind of like, okay, I'm like, I don't have the time right now. I've got other stuff going on. I'm like, I'll get back to it. But, as I get closer back down to, goal weight and everything, I'm going to get back in there and get back to lifting, because I actually really like it. I would rather weight lift than do cardio any day of the week. I hate cardio. My cardio right now pretty much consists of walking. Yeah, that too. I ain't got no booty back there at all. I understand. I am 100% with you on that. My main thing, I'll tell you where my biggest problem is. Like, I had weight loss surgery, and obviously you're going to lose weight from everywhere, but my poor boobs kind of deflated. I have really no mass to them. If I wanted my boobs to be the same size as they were, I would have to go get like some small implants put in. So I actually had somebody tell me that if I could like build up the pec muscles, that would help some. So that's going to be on my to-do list too. I used to have pretty sizable girls, but they're gone. They're gone. Yeah. Really? Yeah. It happens a lot. I know a couple of ladies that have had weight loss surgery that like they had like really big girls, and see, I lose it in my face, in my chest, and then arms and legs first. But like I knew a lady that she had like big girls like these, and that she ended up having a boob reduction and a lift. And she was just like, she told me one day, she was like, my boobs look like tube socks with sand in the bottom of them. I said, really? I said, well, I guess that makes mine ankle socks with sand in them then. And ever since then, that's been like a running joke. I say that crap all the time. I will say this. It's too bad you're all the way over there. We could be gym partners. I'll be like, hey, give me one more. That's good. Give me one more. I'll tell you the way that I like to do things, and it's going to sound crazy, but there ain't no need to be afraid of the gym. Ain't no need to be afraid of the gym. Why would you be afraid of the gym? Let me tell you like what I was doing, and it was working like really, really great to help build muscle and tone down. It's like a reverse pyramid. Okay. What you do is you figure out what your max weight is, like whatever it is you're doing. Like let's say you're lifting a dumbbell. You figure out what your max weight is. Okay. Like let's say you can lift a 60-pound dumbbell. Okay. Okay. Well, I mean, I understand that then why it would make you nervous. Then I'll tell you I'm surprised you're not a night owl, because you could go into any 24-hour gym in the middle of the night and it would only be you and the person that keeps the place open. And there's some of them that don't even have people there at night. You just key card yourself in, because I used to do that too all the time. I would go to the gym in the middle of the night and there would be nobody there but me. Have the whole place to myself. But backing up to the weightlifting thing, Like let's say you're doing dumbbell curls and you know for sure that you can't lift more than 60. So 60 is the heaviest. You pick up your 60 and do five between 5 and 10. Okay, because that's your heaviest weight. You know you can't pick it up. By the time you're done, you're gonna be already feeling the burn a little bit. Okay, from there, all right, back down from like 60 to 55. All right, do that. Like let's say you did 10 reps at the 60. Okay, when you back down to 55, do 20 reps of 55. Okay, and then back down to 50 and do 30 reps of 50. And then back down again. 45, you do 40 reps of every time you do your highest weight, do 5 reps, I guess, to start, or 10 if you're comfortable doing that, and then back it down by 5 pounds or 10 pounds, depending upon what you want to do, and add 10 reps each time. So when you're doing that first part with the heaviest weight, you're going to tear that muscle and that's going to cause it to build new muscle. Okay, so you will gain some muscle that way, but not a lot. You're not doing like bodybuilder type lifting with that. And then from there, as you're backing down on your weight, on the weight amount, you're doing more reps. So you're actually toning after you're building and you're toning what's there all at the same time. It works. I made some heavy duty progress over like a couple of months. It was wild. Yeah, actually it does. I used to do like squat press, and not the standing one because I have knee problems, but I can do the squat press like with like the seated one. Oh yeah, girl. Now I'm gonna tell you God's honest truth. I have like really insane amounts of leg strength. Like I can squat press, and I haven't done it in a little while, but the last time I squat pressed, I was doing like 250 pounds as my highest weight. And was still backing down. Now I didn't back down real far. I think I backed down from like 250 to like 100 and was still doing the higher reps at like 100. But yeah, it works really well. And you develop muscle, a little bit more muscle, and then at the same time you're kind of leaning everything down too. So you're getting 2 workouts for the price of 1 technically. Let's see. Oh yeah. I've heard of her. My opinions will probably offend you. Have you done it? Is it any good? The thing that I was doing, it's called pyramid training. Now it breaks it down different. Like it's like it goes down and then up and then down and then up. But this is like for people that are trying to the first example it gives is it's like 50 to 65, 60 to 75, 70 to 85. But I do it the other way. Well, I think she said she has it designed so you can do it at home, right? Uh-oh. Apparently I missed something. Well, see, that's part of why they recommend like you try to do stuff like with folks, because if you got somebody there, it helps you stay accountable, Now, okay. Let me show you this. This one right here. This will tell you how closely Missy Moo is watching everything. Missy Moo has done a whole video. This is a day ago. That she titled the exact same way that I titled up, giving everything your same energy. Now that video that I uploaded of her talking about how she didn't give a damn about Dee Dee's mama, that they're basically the same in her mind, I put on there alone. Be sure to keep this. I said, you get the energy that you give. I'm just saying. And then Missy Moo coming on here with this.
Hey everybody, it's Missy Moo. How are you? It is a beautiful Monday here in Canada. I'm having a drink of water.
See, I ain't kept up with stuff real good over the last 2 days because of these headaches and stuff. She just as much of a vulture as Foodie is, as far as I'm concerned.
So I'm home, and I just made the kids' favorite meal.
I don't care. Oh, wait. I did not mean to do that.
It's kind of like Jimmy the Greek, where you pound it out, you season it, and you...
I don't care.
Red onion, and that is me trying to get in with Music Biz Marty. I have watched Music Biz Marty for 5 years. I knew long ago about Cyrax, and I told Foodie about Cyrax when Heather Colonna came in the picture looking for the crown. Okay? And I enjoyed Heather Colonna, especially her accent, because my sister has that type of accent. We are Italian, but I don't have an Italian accent, but my sister does. My sister has that Italian, New York.
Get to the point.
That way. Not look twice, but Cyrax. Long ago. Now, did Foodie hear what I said about Cyrax? Maybe not, because back then she sure was flying high, if you know what I mean, on all of her live streams. And really, to be honest, I would say lots of insightful things to Foodie in regards to her mental, just to vent to, or helping her get all of her rage out, and to understand by having, and that if you put your life out there, people are going to have opinions, and you can't really be angry with their opinions, because if you're angry and triggered by their opinions, you can just turn the camera off and go do something else. And I tried to say that to her many, many times. But it seemed to me that the only thing that ever got Foodie's attention was if you were ganging up with her, siding with her, and doing dirty work for her. Did Foodie ask me directly to do dirty work for her? No, she didn't ask me directly. But she sure egged it on. She loved it. And she would ask her viewers in very sneaky ways to do things.
We know that already.
Now, I'm going to clear up a couple things. And Foodie can clear this up if she wishes to, about the Perfectly Imperfect. She has a voicemail from me stating that I was not the one that leaked Perfectly Imperfect's information. Now, yes, my email was attached to the account, 100% attached to the account. I don't know how that happened. It was an old account of mine. Now, I will say that, yes, I spoke with Foodie on that account sometimes, but I
don't believe her.
Profile. And I shared that with her after the fact when everybody was emailing them to me.
Yep.
So because my name is attached to that, I have to take ownership to that, because I shouldn't have been goofing around with it anyway. So the one Foodie terrible about it and the outcome is the fact that my parents have, corporations that help feed the homeless and things like that. I just didn't talk about the targeting that we've had because what's the point? Of course I'm going to get a target. I was aligned with a very hateful person. So I can't come on here and whine. I cannot come on here and whine. Why? Why would I come on here and whine? That's probably Evan trying to come. I'm not, of course people are going to lash out. It's human nature to lash out when you're affected. And I don't blame anyone. As far as Teen Sass, yes, I was emailed. Somebody emailed me the picture of her daughter from a public Facebook. They said they were Facebook friends with her. And I shared it with Foodie. Bad move on my part. And I feel terrible that it was shared, especially now that I see the health issues that Anne has been going through and always seems to have been going through. She just doesn't need any more.
She wasn't worried about that at the time, so I don't believe it now.
Heartache on her end. As far as Anne saying that trolls came in and she knows it was me and things like that, the only thing I ever did to that woman was share the picture of her daughter. That's it. She can say whatever she likes, but that's it. That's all I've done. And it's up to her to take that or leave that. I think she has her own issues, her own problems, so we'll leave it at that. But I'm not innocent. I'm not an innocent person in this. I rode real hard for Foodie. I was real smug about it at times. But I did do my own reaching out to people and asking for forgiveness for bullying comments or comments about their image, the way they look, things like that. And I've went out of my way to try to make a difference. Skinbag Chef Deaths no longer has access to his OnlyFans. And if he creates another one, he can create another one, but I'll go just as hard. He's a terrible person. And I think Foodie's a terrible person too. I don't think her family deserves the amount of shade and things they're getting now.
Yeah, I mean, well, I think that they took it a step too far with that whole thing with her daughter. And I'm sorry, but you can't tell me that Missy didn't know that Foodie was going to do that, because if she talks to her as if she was talking to her as much as she said she was, then she knew. She was clued in. She had been around long enough that she knew. You know what I'm saying? Don't be trying to claim ignorance after the fact. You knew better. Okay, you know how she is. She's been doing this crap for years. This is not an overnight thing. It didn't just happen. There wasn't like a switch that was flipped or whatever that she just started acting like this. This has been ongoing. This is who Foodie is and has always been. Oh yeah, they absolutely did. I mean, that Anne's daughter had nothing to do with any of this. Okay, that's just a fact. And even if it was sent to her, she should have been like, thanks, and just kind of left it alone and just went on about her business. I mean, if she wanted to mention it, she could have said, hey, look, somebody told me that Anne's daughter's overweight. And she could have left it at that. But no, she passed that image and that information to Foodie, knowing how she is. She is just as culpable. The other thing, too, her trying to redeem herself by having Natter removed from OnlyFans is not a win for her. I don't even know why she's trying to utilize it that way, because that's the way she's coming across. If he does it again, I'll ride hard then. Okay. Do you think that redeems you in some kind of way? Because it doesn't. It doesn't change the things that you did. Well, yeah. I mean, here's the deal. I could see them egging her on because Miss Ann is, she is an elderly lady, and she's not familiar with the way things really are in relation to the culture online. And people did utilize that. They did take advantage of that. There's no question. Now, I don't think Jessica was actually involved in all that, but I could see some of her people doing it. Some of the people in her Discord maybe doing it just to kind of stir things up, to give Jessica something to respond to, because you know how it is. It's like, ooh, T, and I don't falter that, but people in Anne's camp were doing it. Well, I don't even know about that, because God's honest truth. I mean, we know people cross over from place to place and they'll say things just to see what the response is. So, I mean, who knows for sure? But this one, it doesn't matter what she does. There's nothing that makes her really trustworthy as far as I'm concerned.
I'm not the person she's targeted. And she was warned about Cyrax. And she was warned that side of YouTube goes hard because they feel like they have things to protect, people to protect, and a mission statement. So go for it. Let them. That's between them and the person that they're going after. Now, I do want to say something. The breaking straw for me was the pet abuse, 100%. Did I like the racist comments that Foodie did, the bigoted comments, the racist comments she made to my own race? Absolutely not. Did I like the homophobic comments and transphobic comments she made? No, and I went real hard on her when Salah made those comments. And they saw a little taste of what I got. I went real hard on her. I also would privately message her and say, like, maybe you don't want to say that online. People are going to take that the wrong way, even if you're saying you didn't mean it that way. But I want to say, please.
Do you notice that she leaves out the fact that the SA alibi and the fact that Foodie went after May? We just conveniently left that out, right?
Please keep the same energy when you say, well, you supported Foodie when she said racist remarks, when everybody is now enjoying the live streams with Music Big Marty. And am I saying I'm not enjoying the live streams? No. I've watched some of them. But let's not forget that this is not very politically correct in some of his phrasing and some of the things he says about people. So can we maybe just stick with the fact that I was mean for Foodie and not go so hard on the fact that I still stayed with her when she made remarks? It's a lot different when you make vague remarks on a public platform to encompass a whole group of people than if you go up to a person in public and say it to them. It doesn't hit as hard, in my opinion, and I'm seeing that by everybody that's continuing to watch Marty. Because what he says, perfect example, quote unquote, he called someone a towel head in a phone call. Am I going after him for that? No. That was his choice to use those phrasing. But don't go after me for supporting Foodie when she would say things if you're going to just let that flash right past you, okay? Am I saying that he should be targeted for that? No. And I didn't target Foodie for that. I had a different bit of an online relationship with her. So in private, I would say, like, that wasn't a great choice of words. If I were you, I would apologize. And I said that. If I were you, when Salah made those comments, I said to her, if I were you, I would have Salah go and apologize for that. But she didn't care. She doesn't care about her online image. And that's why I say that. She doesn't care about her online image and her image. All the power to him when it happens to be tow truck drivers in the middle of the night and things like that. I have a bit of a pause because those people work on call-to-call basis. So if they're not getting paid, I have a bit of pause for that. What if they leave their house, and they get in a car accident on the way? Those are things I think about. Am I saying that we should all target Marty for that? 100% no. Because what he's doing is feeding Foodie what she thought she would never get, which is consequences. So I just want to say, please have the same energy with anybody that is watching Marty that may have still been a Foodie supporter when she would make a racist remark or a remark of a school shooting. And let's not forget that a lot of times people who are gang hard supporters for Foodie didn't watch reaction channels and didn't get an opportunity to see a lot of the things that she said in real time because she deletes everything because she doesn't have the courage to stand behind the words she says, even if they're negative and even if they're wrong. She doesn't have the courage to stand behind them. I have the courage to stand behind the fact that, yes, I supported her at times where I probably shouldn't have. I gave her information I shouldn't have. But when I saw the real effects of an actual living being as BBJ, consequences of a living, breathing thing. When a group of people is offended by something somebody says, it's a lot different than you witnessing a woman in the checkout line with you be offended by somebody saying something to her face. And that's just my opinion and how I feel. Am I a racist person? 100% no. Do I sometimes screw up and say inappropriate things that maybe I should have rethought about? Yes, because I'm human. And it's so hard to be
Okay. My summary, it sounds like don't go after people who supported Foodie because they may not know exactly all the vile shit that she said. That's their fault because those are the people that went into her channel, who went into that chat, went ride or die, and believed everything that Foodie said at face value. That is just a fact. I mean, those reaction channels are there. They are accessible to everybody. There was nothing stopping them from going back and looking at those videos and actually seeing who she is. I don't even know why she's trying to use that as an excuse. That to me is just bullshit. Wait. Let's see what Shannon's got, because Shannon done put something up here. I love the breaking news thing. That's funny.
Crazy. It's crazy. And they hide behind them profiles, but scared of what though? Tell you where I'm at. Show up. Show up. Show up with your boyfriend or something. His teeth knocked in. Fucking clowns. Jesus Christ. I swear. I swear I be blogging where I'm at. I'm in Arizona. I'm in Nashville. I be blogging where I'm at. You just have to, all you gotta do is show up. All this capping y'all do. I don't even play the gangster card. But all this capping you do about scared and all that, I tell you where I'm at. Just show up. That's all I'm saying. Just show the fuck up. Show up. Don't talk about it, be about it. You know what I mean? I was out there in Florida and people was capping. Oh yeah, your mama, I'll fuck you up. I'll fuck you up. We go show up. Show the fuck up by myself. And confronted a few fools. But all y'all do is this. All y'all do is this. So all you got to do is just show up. I swear I knocked your teeth in. I ain't capping. I ain't capping. All y'all do is talk. Just show the fuck up. I tell you what, I told her,
Okay. I got to ask the question. If he's about that action, why is there no video of him knocking somebody's teeth in? Why is there no video of him confronting people like he says he has? The few times that I've seen him actually get into it with somebody, he's 9 times out of 10, I've noticed he kind of talks in circles. I don't know.
Arizona. I'm in this part of Arizona. I'm in this part of Nashville. I'll be in Toronto. I'll be in this part of Toronto. Just show up. What you got to say? Teeth be right in the back of your mouth. All that. I like that. Don't say you scared and then hide behind you scared and hide behind a profile picture. Just show up. That's all I'm asking. All that cap you doing, and watch your teeth be behind. What you talking about? Capping you doing? Just come in here and just pin it. Champ, you want me to rent them? You want me to get you a room in a room? Oh, scared of what? I tell you where I'm at. Nothing, just show the fuck up.
See?
I'll be right there. I told you where I was at in Nashville. I told you where I was at in Arizona. I ain't going down there. Chat that said you were scared. That's it. Damn. Show the fuck up. Who the fuck up? That's it. Show up. Show up with your...
We got 5 minutes of show up, I'll knock your teeth out. Okay. Well, I'm going to say this. I got no problem with the dude, but I mean, real talk, a lot of his stuff, I tried watching him, but it's very lowbrow for me. And God's honest truth. I mean, I can't get past that. I swear, the stuff that he is saying is funnier in his mind than it actually is when it comes out. And there are people that way, but it is what it is. But I find it funny that he's saying that like, he's not afraid of anybody, and he likes to ride hard for Foodie. But as soon as Marty got involved, there was an entirely different change of tone. Has anybody else noticed that? Yeah, dude. Use my videos. Use my music videos. Laughing about the stuff that Marty's doing. But I thought he was supposed to be Foodie's ride or die, man. He's been in here riding hard for Foodie since he showed up, Well, I mean, yeah, and that's fine. That's totally fine. But I think for me, my biggest thing with him was that I went in there and tried to listen to him, and he's saying stuff, and I'm like listening to him, going like, wait a minute, what the hell is he talking about? I'm like, that didn't happen. I'm like, he does know that everything is on video, right? That everything is on video on Foodie's side and on the Girl World side. What is he talking about? It's like he was pulling shit out of his butt and trying to make it actual fact. And I was like, dude, I can't listen to you. It's like between that, the yuck, and, it being so very, very lowbrow, it's like, dude, if you actually had a way to dismantle these people that you're going after, that would be one thing. If you had actual evidence or something to actually back up what you're saying, that would be one thing. But it's mostly just this, and it's very empty. And it's just like, I'm sorry, but I mean, if you're gonna come into it prepared. And he doesn't really come across that way. And I mean, if he's in it for the coin, fine, cool, make your money, do whatever you want to do. And from what I understand, I mean, he's obviously doing better in Girl World than he did in the Madden side. And again, make your coin, do you? I don't care. But, I mean, if you're going to make all that effort to have the fancy backdrop and to do all these side videos and all that stuff, I mean, dear God, at least have a little pride in what you do, to say what I'm speaking from is from a factual place, rather than I'm just making shit up off the cuff and just kind of painting it like it's the gospel. I mean, whatever. He's just really not my thing, I guess. I don't really like, Right. I mean, but he has a lot to say about people having stuff, showing actual stuff on Foodie. But at the same time, here he is bringing all his kids into it. All his kids have nothing to do with this. Just because Foodie brought it up to try to be a dick doesn't make them a part of the conversation. Just like his wife wasn't a part of the conversation until she brought her into it, and he may have, but hindsight's 2020, my guy. I mean, you got to start thinking about the stuff you're doing before you doing it. That's just, I mean, if you're going to do this, then cool, do it, but do it the right way. That's my big thing, and I just, that's just my thoughts on it. I'm not going to come on here and be like, oh, so-and-so did this and this and that and blah, 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 blah. I'm going to have something to back up the things that I'm saying. I will say, even in the videos like related to ALR and them's health, I'm going to say, mind you, this is highly speculative because I do not have their entire medical record. I have not actually laid hands on them and assessed them myself, but based on what they're presenting, and here are the multiple instances, and here's the things that I'm seeing that correlate, this is what appears to be the case. It's speculative, but it's educated and it's backed up with examples and information to show why I am developing this thesis as it were. He's coming in, he's flying off the cuff, and he's just, you know what I'm saying? Right. See, same thing. I mean, if you're going to talk about it, then at least take a minute to do your research so that you don't end up making yourself look like a total tool in the process. I mean, as an example, me and the Jessica Meska and Breezy story. I had been watching Breezy. I saw how Breezy's behavior was throughout the whole Gorlick and Jessica situation. I watched how she behaved toward Garlic. I saw where Garlic released stuff on Breezy. I saw where Breezy released stuff on Garlic. All of this is cumulative mining of this information that led me into that video about Jessica and Breezy, because I watched Jessica's streams too. Jessica did have stuff to say. She did say stuff back. But the difference is that Jessica was saying, look, that has nothing to do with me. I've been out of it. Why do you keep bringing me up? I haven't talked about you in weeks. Leave me alone about it. And then Breezy took the step too far when she started talking about the fact that she doesn't think that Jessica would ever get sober. And I was like, why are you saying that? And I was like, nope, I'm done. I'm like, I got to, this is not okay. This is not okay. Right. It only takes a couple of minutes to sit down and do research and collect clips. I mean, I have whole videos where I am responding to Amber Lynn, where she is talking and she's not making any mofo sense. You know what I'm saying? And all it took was me going, finding the video that I'm looking for, converting it to an MP4 so that I can utilize it and chop it up and get what I need out of it. I mean, we're not talking about rocket science. We're talking about something that you can do while you're sitting there drinking your coffee. It isn't like you're having to leave the house to acquire said information. So that's wild. But he's another one, though, that has the same sort of behavior as Foodie, where he doesn't match the energy that he gives. Because realistically, if he were going to ride this hard for Foodie, he would still be riding with Foodie. Instead, he saw Marty. He knows the situation with Cyrax. He knows how Marty plays. And what did he do? He bent the knee. And that's why Foodie is pissed, because your mama has been her biggest pit bull in this whole game since he showed up, because Foodie's not capable of fighting her own battles. We know that. It's been that way. And she's got, not only can the girl not read people, she ain't never had a library card and don't even know directions to the library. Okay. So, I don't even know why. Right. And there was actually somebody, I said something about that on Twitter at one point. And somebody said, God, y'all act like y'all are supposed to have like a bachelor's degree in fat bitch history or something like that. And I said, well, no. I said, not necessarily. I said, but it would be nice to know that you're capable of not talking completely out of your ass, and they were just like, oh, that's just a whatever. And I was like, you know what? You might be right. That's how I dismantle conversations like that. You might be right. And people automatically take that when you say you might be right. They don't hear the rest of it. All they hear is you right. You might be right. And they take that as you saying they're right, even though you're telling them they might be, even though they're not. But whatever. People take that as a win, and they shut the conversation down. And that's exactly what happened. I'm not going to argue with some knucklehead online who is only really being contrary for the sake of being contrary. I don't know why that popped back up just now. That's weird. I mean, that you wrote that a while back, I think, didn't you? Okay, I tell you what, we've been at this 5 hours. I did not plan on being on here this long. I thought we were just going to fart around for a little bit. So it is 2 in the a.m. Central Standard Time. So I think I'm going to try to lay down and go to sleep for a little bit because I got to get up and do some adulting stuff tomorrow. Lone, I appreciate you hanging out with me real late, honey. I didn't expect it really to be just me and you talking, but I'll take that. I'm good with that. That's fine. You had a moment. It's okay. Oh my goodness. No, it's totally fine. Totally fine. No, what it is I get on here and I get talking to y'all and then I lose complete and utter lack of time. So that's all mine. That's all my doing. It was good to have you here. It was good to talk to you. We'll have to catch up soon, okay? And I'll find a way to send you, probably on Twitter. I'll send you that salad stuff so you can look it up and you can find it and give it a try because it's really good. I think you'll like it. But I will talk to you later. Everybody on the replay, thanks for coming through. Appreciate you guys. Everybody that did make it, it's good to see y'all. Appreciate you coming through. I love having our talks, okay? You guys have a great day, and I'll talk to you later. Bye.